click the record button. All right. All right. Do you have any questions from yesterday?
I had I think it's a quick one.
Okay.
Are Boji stones and I don't know how to say it, Moki stones, where they're like the shamanic stones. And what made me think about them is when we were talking about the hematite, they
Uh-huh.
have hematite surrounding silicone or the sand.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, does that make them a good root crystal, a grounding crystal, or is it more stone and more in the rock category?
So, Boji Stone, I know I have one of these, and I can't say that I have worked with it much. Um, I have to look in my crystal encyclopedia to refresh my memory of what it is. Yeah, it's limonite and pyrite. Yeah, it's a good grounding stone. What's the other one? Moki?
Moki. And I didn't know about this one. This one just popped on my radar and it looked like a Boji stone. So I thought it was a Boji
Hmm.
but it's not the same origin. Boji comes from Kansas City, where the Moki was Utah, I believe. So
I have not worked with Moki stone. I've worked with Mookite, but not Moki.
yeah, it's
Oh yeah, the Moki marbles. Yeah, iron
yes.
and sandstone. Yeah. So yeah, I mean anything with iron or aluminum is going to be deeply grounding. That's that's how you instantly know a property is iron and aluminum grounding, silica, high frequency raising you up.
And then it's still considered a crystal because it has a mineral, or am I misunderstanding that?
Well, it has to, well, that's the thing. Did it crystallize?
Oh, no.
Stones and rocks are made of minerals, but did these crystallize? Do they have a crystalline structure? And to be honest, I haven't worked with them. I don't have a Moki
Mhm.
stone. I don't know the first thing about them. I haven't been drawn to them, so I don't know if they have crystallized. Um, they could have. We just got to find. I like to go to mindat.org. That's where the real people hang out and have conversations and make fun of all the metaphysical people. Um, but it's like a mineralogical base, database. Let's see. And Moki is, oh, how is it spelled? It's not Moki. It's
Moqui.
yes, Moqui. I knew it was something different. All right, come on, search. Here we go.
And I'm just the reason I brought it up is we talked about hematite and magnetite, and then those types of stones just came across my radar again. I worked with Boji about 14 years ago, and then they kind of fell off. And then
Yeah.
the Moki came up, and I was like, that looks like a Boji. But then I found that the origins are different. So it just curious if it fell into the crystal world.
Um, yeah, and well, that's a good research project. That's a good research project because first thing that came up, Moki stone is not a crystal. Now, you got to dive deep. You just can't trust what that says. Um, yeah, I mean, sandstone can crystallize, iron can crystallize, but it doesn't mean that they will. It doesn't mean that they will. So, yeah, this is saying they're not a crystal. They're minerals that form a rock, but they're not a crystal.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, and that's the thing. Just like crystal stores sell amber.
Mhm.
Amber's not a crystal. It's not even a mineral. It's a tree resin. Um,
Mhm.
But crystal stores sell it. And when I ask them, I'm like, why are you selling this? And they're like, oh, it's a beautiful crystal. Nope. Comes from a tree. Like, let's go to option B here. No, because option A, not true. Um, Bogie stone. Well, this says they are often referred to as a crystal. Oh, they're the same thing as the Moki marbles. They are iron concretions. So not they don't have a crystalline structure.
Okay.
Yeah. So oh, and Bogie is trademarked. It is a form of Moki.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Bogie is the trademark version of the Moki marble. So yeah, when you start digging, yeah,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah. All right. Um, all right. Any other questions before we cruise on? Okay. All right. And we have a crystal sale tonight in the Crystal Cluster.
Yes.
Yes. Four varieties, three have never been offered before. And one variety that has been offered before has some variations to it, and I have big versions. I have two big,
Oh,
like one is a 3 pound crystal and the other is
holy
a two and a
cow.
half pound crystal. I know. They were just I couldn't leave them. I couldn't leave them. They're so rare. It's like, oh my gosh, these are going to be a pickle to mail, but I had to. I had to. So just I'm just telling you, they're awesome. All right, let's see. I gotta pull up my PowerPoint. All right, we are going to progress and we are going to talk about rutilated quartz. So the interesting thing about rutilated quartz is it's getting more difficult to find because the Chinese, in particular, are buying the mines because they want the rutiles for the chips, the technology chips that go into cars, that go into phones, that go into computers. They're doing the same thing with celestite. Celestite has strontium. They need strontium. The rutilated quartz, these rutiles are usually titanium, and they want the titanium. So, so this should not be an expensive crystal. It is somewhat abundant, but it is being bought up. So it's getting more difficult to find. Usually, when I find rutilated quartz, I'm lucky if I can get 8 or 10 pieces. I mean, I'm not coming back with a lot. So it's increasingly hard to find, but I love it because the rutiles are that's the power. I mean, quartz itself is amazing, but quartz is just sitting there as the placeholder and the amplifier. It's the rutiles that are the power center of this crystal. And I can't remember when it was, but in the crystal cluster, I taught a rutilated quartz ritual that I do working with the rutile. So if you go back into the crystal cluster, there's a pinned post at the top where you can look at various topics and just look for where I talked about rutilated quartz. It'll tell you what monthly meetup it was, and then you can find that meetup. But this, I mean, this is vibrational healing at its strongest, at its best because of the rutiles. This is a crystal that, yes, you can lay it on the body and you're going to feel all tingly and warm because it is going deep and it's working from, your root all the way up. It's just infusing and going out into the energy field. But it's fantastic when you sweep it through the energy field. I mean, it's because of what the rutiles do. So the rutiles, I mean, think of titanium. Titanium is super strong. They're making cookware and bakeware with titanium coating. Titanium is virtually indestructible. Now you know what rutilated quartz does. It is going in and doing healing and strengthening because that's what the titanium rutiles are doing. Now, there are, did I put a picture? Usually the rutiles are gold looking. They're not gold, but they're gold looking. And some people call it angel hair quartz. But sometimes they are silver looking. So this is a piece that I have. A lot of times the rutilated quartz is smoky with the gold rutiles. But you can find very rare versions. I can't think of the last time I have found one of these, but you can find them every now and then where it is a true clear quartz, no smoky, and the rutiles are silver looking. So, um, just kind of be on the lookout for that. But this is really good when you are doing shadow work, when you are in a dark night of the soul. We all go through a dark night of the soul at some point in our life. Some people have multiple ones. These are the crashes in life to reroute us. It is the soul basically, it's basically what Epidote does. Like, nope, wrong path, wrong path on your career. This is a wrong relationship. That you ought not be living here. This is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Strip everything away, dark night of the soul. This is a great crystal to sit with because it's protective. It helps you when you are just releasing. We are in major release energies because of all the karmic loops that are coming back. And it just really helps us get to the root of things. And so in that technique that I taught in the crystal cluster, I mean, you focus on the rutiles and you literally ride the rutiles and you work with that energy, and it just helps you to let go of the past. It helps you to let go of bad habits, karmic loops, things that are holding you back. But I really, really, really like it for shadow work. And if you're in a dark night of the soul, you can just leave it. If you have a nice big piece, you can just leave it in a room and it just dispels negative energy. I mean, it is a very, very efficient, clearer of negative energy. So, so these rutiles are really amplifying the quartz, and the quartz are amplifying the rutiles. So this is like double amplification of what is happening. All right. Any questions about rutilated?
The only thing that I grabbed this I don't know if it was like by mistake, but like my brain transposed it, and I grabbed a terminated quartz. So is that similar? You can ride the no. Okay.
No, I mean, no,
Okay.
no. Tourmaline, it's tourmaline. It's very, very
Right.
different. Very, very different, in how it works. You could try that technique. But to me, it depends. I mean, usually the tourmaline is black,
Mhm.
and that is, boy, the only way I know how to describe it. I don't know if this is going to make sense. The rutiles to me, because they're gold and silver looking and titanium, they're like slippery. Like you can ride them. The black tourmaline is crunchy. I mean, it's textured.
Mhm.
It's a bumpy ride. So I haven't done that with terminated quartz. Um, yeah, you could give it a try, but I don't think it would be a smooth ride.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And then garden quartz, I feel like I've seen rutiles in them. I don't have one here with me. Is that true? Am I remembering that correctly?
Mm.
Or is that a whole different
Mm.
structure?
No, that's different. Here, let me look.
Sorry. Sorry, I was
Yeah, no, no, no. Please ask your questions. Yeah, it's I mean, it's got inclusions in it. Yeah, it's got chlorite, which comes through as green. It's got hematite, which can look pink or red. It has feldspar. It doesn't have rutiles in it.
all right. So it's a really, I don't know if I've ever seen a related quartz. Now I'm going to be on the lookout.
Yeah, I don't think I have any anymore. I think I had a sale a couple of months ago where I had a couple pieces
You
left.
did?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a couple few pieces.
Yeah, and these pieces were packed. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of rutiles. Like it was crazy. It was crazy. But yeah, they're becoming more difficult to find. 5, 10 years ago, super easy to find. Super easy. But these are really, really advanced. Working with the rutiles. It's quite an advanced technique. So yeah, just be on the lookout and and when I go to Tucson, of course I'm on the lookout for everything. I have quite a hit list that I go with. So,
Thank you.
all right. Okay, let's go to selenite. All right, selenite grows in a variety of different formations. What we have known to be selenite is what's on the upper left. It's a form of selenite, but its proper name is satin spar. Okay. So selenite in general it's known as the crystal of Christ consciousness. And I'm not talking religious, I'm not talking Jesus Christ. That's not what it means. Christ consciousness is probably one of the highest frequencies of consciousness that a human being living on a third dimensional planet can reach. It's very like like yogi, Tibetan monk, like Gandhi, Mother Teresa, like nothing to do with religion. It's just really the highest consciousness that we can hope to achieve while we are on a third dimensional earth in a body that's shifting from third to fourth to fifth dimension, and our consciousness raises. This is your raising of your consciousness crystal. And it was named after the moon goddess Selene. And King Minos in Greece back in ancient times built a palace with walls of selenite so that when the moon would shine through, the walls would glow. I think that would just be fantastic to have. So this is a crystal that, like, if you have a room dedicated to healing, maybe it's a room where you have your crystals, or, you have a crystal grid, or you go in to meditate or pray, or you have a healing table. For that sort of room, I would grid the four corners of the room with selenite. And what I use is is the satin spar. And I grid the four corners with it, and it just raises the elevation of the room. Now, this is a variety that it naturally comes as a wand. Sometimes it's polished, but this is very fibrous. It's a Mohs hardness too. It'll break down very easy. So I don't rub it on the skin at all, not like with other crystals, but I like to use it as a wand through the energy field. It's like, bam, it just clears the crap out of the energy field. Whenever I'm, doing any sort of energy session, we always clear the energy field by sweeping from the crown down to the feet in case if there's any residual hanging out. Well, I don't use my hands. I use a selenite wand and I clear the energy field. With animals, they love having their energy field cleared with selenite. Um, so Santinspar is cloudy, like it's translucent. You can't see through it like clearly, but it's translucent. Selenite, not Santinspar, but like selenite is clear. You can see through it. So I have some of these in the store. I was going to put them up in the sale, but I have a lot going up in the sale tonight. So if you need any of these, I've got some bigger pieces that are really good as a charging plate. Um, I really like them, but they grow differently. They grow in a slab formation. So these are just pure white light, that white light energy ray, which is the highest energy ray that we can draw in. And what I like about selenite, I mean, there's nothing grounding about selenite. It is calming because it's raising your frequency out of the chaos. And that's why it is calming. And that's why it's good for meditation. But what it helps you do, especially when you hold it during meditation, you are connecting so high that you can then, when you are, when we're connecting, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on. I'm going to talk more about the quantum field, but when we are manifesting, we are connecting with so many different things, and you can do it with intention. You're connecting with yourself, which is your soul, in source energy in the quantum field. When you're connecting in the quantum field, everything is there, and we are visualizing, we are literally playing out in our mind, in our feelings, and in our words. We are playing it out as if it's real. Okay, it's never about I want or I wish or I desire. Well, that's just going to keep you wanting, wishing, and desiring. You have to believe it like it's already in the quantum field. I got to tune my radio dial frequency to align with it. So I'm going to talk it into existence. I'm going to talk like it's already happened, like it's already here, and genuinely believe it. And this crystal anchors that into this reality. Okay, it anchors that light into this reality. It will expand your energy field or your light body and anchor it into this existence that you're in, which means you are living more by spiritual laws than physical laws. Okay, this is a very highly spiritual crystal. Because it gives you such a tremendous, like high vibrational connection, this is a good crystal to go to when you're agitated, when you're angry, when you have really heightened emotions. It's different than working with a grounding crystal like a black tourmaline. It's different than working with the blue or the purple calming crystals. This literally takes you out of this dimension to a higher dimension, and you are no longer in that chaos. So it's very, very different in how you work with it. Um, it's just it is a very important crystal in this energy shift as we shift to higher frequencies. So um, I just I just love this. And a really unique thing about selenite is like I've got a couple of really big pieces. I've got like a 25-pound piece and I've got like a 35-pound piece. And I don't have it any more where I've done this. But if you even take a piece like this, you want a piece that's probably like a foot long and you lay it under your bed so that it aligns with your spinal column. It'll work on you all night, and it really helps with physical spinal um, issues. If your spinal column is out of whack. this can really help. So you put it under your bed and align it so it's up and down with your spinal column. And you give that a try and let it work. But it heals on all the energy layers. It is multidimensional. Now it also comes in golden. Um, it comes in a golden color. And just like 2 years ago, I discovered the pink selenite. Now, this is really hard to find. And the one guy that seems to sell it, he never has it labeled as pink selenite. I have to dig through his pre-packaged flats, and then I basically sell him a body part so that I can break apart the packages because I just don't buy flats that are pre-packaged. And so I'm just having to negotiate with him like, okay, I know that you priced this flat, but I need to take these two pieces out of this flat. And then in this flat, I need to take these two pieces out. And a lot of them don't like that, but I'm always on the hunt for pink selenite. So if I come back from Tucson with some, I like the pink because it's taking this high vibrational energy and it is focused on the heart chakra, which is the central hub, and doing that really deep. It's like it's elevating the heart chakra into the higher dimensions, like even way beyond fifth dimension. All right. Any questions about selenite?
Not a question so much as it's interesting. I've got a piece of gold and a pink from you, but I'd never really been drawn to selenite, and the way you're describing it now makes me kind of understand why. Because until just recently, the whole visualizing and positive um, manifestation rather than negative has not been great for me,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something I'm working towards.
Yeah.
And so now I'm seeing like I think I'll be on the lookout for some selenite now because I think I'm working enough in that direction
Mm-hmm.
um, that that's going to help me even further work towards the positive mindset and visualizing that I already have this.
Yes. Yeah, these are great crystals to hold when you are verbally reciting affirmations. So, like the affirmations that I give you in the Sacred Shift, like hold
Right.
a selenite. And what you can do is hold it in the hand that you write with because that is your projecting, sending hand. So, you are speaking, which is a vibration. You can feel the vibration in your throat. You're speaking it through the crystal, you're sending it.
Okay.
You're sending it right out to the
Perfect.
quantum field. And this gets you into, like, I mean, I can already feel it. Like you are just in a higher frequency so that the affirmations just genuinely feel believable. Because if you're reciting affirmations and you don't believe them, they cancel out.
Yeah, and I think that's always been my problem with affirmations in the past.
Yeah.
I've never actually trusted that those things were possible for me.
Hmm.
And now I'm seeing why as I'm clearing some of the negativity out. It's like, oh, yes, yes, it actually is possible.
Hmm.
And so now I'm moving towards making that leap.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. And the satin spar is really easy to find in crystal stores. Every crystal store has one. Just
Yeah.
don't buy the dyed version that are dyed
Okay.
like fuchsia pink and cobalt blue and lime green. No. Um, if if it's colored like the pink, the color is internal, not external.
Right. Right.
Um, but yeah, but the clear selenite is more difficult to find. I mean, it actually comes from Glitter Mountain in Arizona. So,
Really?
yeah, Yeah, that's where it comes from, but it's harder to find. But if you need any, I mean, I've got, I mean, my supply is dwindling, but I have pieces. I probably have, I don't know, ten pieces or so. That
Okay.
that are decent size. So just let me know if you want any of them.
Okay, I may go ahead and, pick a piece up from you, assuming I'm getting anything else from the sale this
Yeah.
evening. I may have you throw one of those in too.
Okay. All right. Okay. And this I think is just fascinating of how the selenite grows. So this is in Mexico. It's in a cave and there's no tourism. We can't go in there. I mean, you can see the guys are in solar protective suits. They've got oxygen on their back. I mean, it's really, really hot. Selenite grows in a very moist environment. So I just think this is fascinating because the selenite can get really, really big. Really,
That's amazing. When I first looked at that, I thought, oh, look, there's inclusions.
yeah,
Holy crap, those are human beings
yeah,
inside.
those are people. Yeah. And it's really interesting how they cut, I mean, they literally cut selenite with a chainsaw. It's so soft. It's like cutting through butter. And
Wow.
yeah, when I lived in the DC area, there was a guy, he was an old-time geologist and ran a mineral store, as he called it. And he would get in massive, like tree trunk size pieces of selenite. And I mean, you had to wear protective gear because these little shards, if they fly off, I mean, it's like getting a sliver in your skin. But I'd sit out back with him and have his chainsaw and he's just like sawing through it and creating smaller pieces. That's how I ended up with the big pieces. Um, so yeah, really, really neat how it forms. All right, let's go to Shungite. You guys have your water near you? Okay, first of all, gently pick it up and tell me if you see any little bubbles on the crystal, which it's really not a crystal. I'm going to explain this in a minute, but we treat it like a crystal. Do you see any air bubbles on the crystal or on the glass, the inside of the glass?
I have a bunch of little bubbles all over each piece.
Okay,
Yeah, mine's covered in bubbles.
yeah. So shungite is really fascinating. So all of my knowledge actually comes from a miner in the Karelia region of Russia, where it is the only location where it grows. Um, so as I'm talking, feel free to do the taste testing. And remember, when we taste test crystal water, put it in your mouth, just kind of let it sit there for like 10 or 15 seconds and tap into like, does it feel like sparkly? Like, are you getting like tingles? Does it feel warm, like energetically warm, not temperature warm? Do you get chills? Does it taste like minerals? Does it taste clean or clear? So here's the interesting thing. This is non-crystallized carbon. There are three different types of shungite. What you have is elite shungite. That's the shungite we want to work with because it has the most carbon. Regular shungite it just looks like a black rock. It doesn't have a lot of carbon in it. Do not put that in water. Even the Petrovsky shungite, it's gray. It's not shiny like the Elite. Don't put the Petrovsky in water. We only use the Elite, or sometimes it's called Noble shungite. Now, there's a lot of shungite on the market that is polished into pyramids and stuff like that. No, 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 no. You're not putting that in water. You're putting the raw pieces that, I mean, don't ever put a polished piece of shungite in water because you don't know what type of shungite it is. So shungite is a purifying crystal. It's 2 billion years old. It comes from underneath a polluted lake where there's polluted elements being put in this lake all the time, but the water is pure because of the shungite at the bottom of the lake. Roman aqueducts were lined with shungite. Shungite formed before there was any organic life on this planet because it's 2 billion years old. So it comes back to that crystals as life hypothesis that those Scottish chemists were working on. Did this help create life? It is carbon. We are a carbon life form. Right now, we're moving into a crystalline life form, but humans are a carbon life form. Shungite contains virtually all minerals in it. Peter the Great used this crystals with his soldiers to purify water and to use on wounds that they got when they were in battle. Okay. So what's interesting is that it's a Mohs hardness 4, which normally we don't put in water. So we don't keep it in water too long. We're gonna swap it out fairly frequently. So when you are doing the water cleansing, again, don't use polished or shaped shungite. The elite or the noble shungite, when you touch it, you're going to get a little black residue on your hands. That's normal. That's the Mohs hardness 4. So when it's in water, if there's a little bit of black residue, don't worry. It's carbon. We are a carbon life form. We have carbon in our body. It's okay to drink, okay? And I've given you the recipe of how you can create the water. But when I was communicating, I was doing like a online messaging with this miner in Karelia, Russia. I was asking him, I'm like, this is a Mohs hardness 4. This is going to break down over time. Like I can keep a clear quartz in water until the end of time. I don't have to take it out and replace it. I don't have to do anything. And and he said, what you want to do is once a month, take the crystal out of the water, soak it in water with lemon juice, not lemon oil, but lemon juice, because it makes the water acidic. And he said that helps to basically re-strengthen it. But then you put another crystal in the water. You can just take that crystal that was in water and you can use it other ways. It absolutely blocks EMFs, almost better than black tourmaline. It's just straight up carbon. It's the craziest thing. Um, when you put it in water and you leave it for 48 hours, what it's doing is creating live water. That is oxygenated water that is pH balanced. It will absorb 95% of pollutants. So what it does is it is the crystal is physically, because it is just carbon, it is physically absorbing VOCs, which is volatile organic compounds. It's absorbing drugs and chlorine and fluoride that are in water, radioactive particles that are in water. And then it is replacing the water and filling it with oxygen, calcium, magnesium, and a lot of other minerals. So this is considered live, mineralized, oxygenated water, and that's why you're seeing the bubbles. So after time, like I notice after a week or so, there's not as many bubbles. Like the first time you do it, there's a lot of bubbles. Don't worry about that. It is still oxygenating the water, but I do swap out the crystal every 9 to 12 months. So when you take it out once a month and you put it in acidic lemon water, you can reuse it, but every 9 to 12 months, I swap it out. And I just keep a little jar of it. It doesn't have to be exposed to sun. I just keep like a little ball glass jar, and I just drink a little of it, maybe once or twice a week. I primarily drink quartz water, but I drink this like once or twice a week. So it has been written up in science journals. This is not woo-woo. What it does, it absolutely cleanses water. It is the craziest thing. Now, metaphysically, it's not a crystal, but it feels protective. I have tested it with my EMF detector. It transmutes electromagnetic frequencies. So, because it is carbon and our body responds to carbon, that's how we can work with it to strengthen our energy field by drinking it and realigning our chakras. I don't really hold it or lay it on my body because it does put off that black powder. I just take it internally, like taking an essential oil internally. That's how I am working with it. So it's just really fascinating. And I asked you to use either tap water or well water. Like you can go out to a river. You can capture river water or lake water and test it by purifying it. So I always keep a really decent supply because if something happens to the water supply, I'm literally gonna trek 5, 10 minutes to Lake Michigan. I'm gonna fill a bucket with Lake Michigan water and fill the bottom with shungite, and that's gonna be my drinking water. So this is how you can create safe drinking water for yourself. All right, any questions? I think, yeah, there's the water bubbles. I mean, it's the craziest thing to see it. I just love it. So, and that's in your workbook. So, any questions about shungite?
It for me it makes scientific sense because um, my understanding is if you have um, not sure the words heavy metal poisoning,
Mm-hmm.
it's used in chelation. Carbon is
Mm-hmm.
used in the chelation process to draw that out of your body.
Yeah.
And I know that when you have I can't think of the radon um, problems in your house, which it's a naturally occurring gas. It
Mm-hmm.
just houses can trap it as it comes up out of the ground, and they make carbon baggies that
Yeah.
you can use to purify. And so like this makes complete sense, knowing that it's like 90% carbon. Well, it's doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and like water filters that we have for our tap water to drink or even shower filters are made of
Yep,
carbon.
exactly. Yeah.
So it's like, well, you can just buy shungite and then when it's done with its purification process, then I'm just sticking it around my Wi-Fi router. I've got it here in front of my computer. And I'm just using one piece at a time. It doesn't even have to be a big piece because I'm just making a little glass of water. So, yeah. So you don't need a huge amount, but I think I've got like, I don't know, 5 or 10 pieces and I just keep swapping them out. So, I have shungite in the store. Um I got a pretty good supply of that. Okay, let's go to stellar beam calcite, also known as dogtooth calcite. To me, this is a crystal that motivates. It You will know it by sight. It's going to be yellow or sometimes on the yellow orangish side. And it is a double pointed, double terminated calcite, and it looks like dog teeth. It is really, really unique in how it grows. So, quite a bit of it comes from Tennessee, but I've also been getting it out of Morocco. And this is high vibrational. There is. You're going to go to a star system. You're going to go to another planet. There is nothing grounding about this crystal at all. But I do love how it likes to hitch a ride on fluorite. When you find it just hanging out on top of a fluorite cube, I mean, those are just really, really cool pieces. So this is dual beam high vibrational energy. When we're dealing with a crystal that has 2 points on the end, and calcite forms differently than quartz, so it's really unusual to have this point on either end of this calcite. You can put this in between chakras to connect them. So, like if you want to connect your empowerment solar plexus with your heart chakra, you put it in between. If you want your throat chakra to be more heart centered, you put it in between and work with it. But this takes you, I mean, when you meditate with it, you can lay it on your body or you can hold it. You can put it on your third eye. You can put it on your crown. You can put it on all the high chakras. When you do it with consistency, it will start taking you out of space and time. Space and time is man-made. Energy has no boundaries, and you can go into the quantum field. This is where healing work can be done. This is where you can tap into Akashic records. This is where you can connect with spirit guides, angels, ascended masters. Um, it's where you can go in, you can do shadow work. You can tap into things in your past. And the thing about healing, and I say that in air quotes, is we're not we're not necessarily, it's so hard to explain. We're not eliminating something in the past. We're reframing it because we're older and we can explain it better. So if something traumatic happened when you were 5 years old, maybe a pet passed away or you lost a doll or somebody at school was really mean to you, kids nowadays are just getting shot at school. If something traumatic like that happened as a child, as an adult, we can use the stellar beam calcite. We are elevated so high that we can travel back in our mind. Our mind is very powerful, very powerful. We can go back to that moment and talk to our inner child and give them the comfort, the consoling, um, help them understand it, reframe it, use it to empower, and it literally changes the energy through space. It is that's how healing works. We're going back and it's not making sure that it doesn't happen, it's reframing it. This is a great crystal to work with. Okay. It also helps our 3D physical body handle all of these energy upgrades. It helps us with all the light codes coming in. So, I mean, it is very, very, very high vibration. I just have pieces kind of scattered around my house so that there is always like a splash of super high vibrational energy. So, yeah, this is really, really a neat crystal to work with. And I think it was earlier this year, maybe it was last year, I don't remember. I got some dogtooth calcite that was on purple fluorite, and really, really neat because the purple makes sure that it's not so intense because stellar beam calcite can be intense. It is really high vibrational. All right, any questions about stellar beam calcite? All right, let's go to the last crystal. Let's talk about white aragonite and even pink aragonite. They grow very differently. White aragonite is known as cave crystal. It literally grows in a cave full of water. It looks like frozen coral. It is really a beautiful, beautiful crystal. It's a little fragile. Um, some that I have found in the past, I think I have one piece left in my store. Some have had a little bit of a pink hue internally, and that is pink calcite that is internally, and it fluoresces under ultraviolet light. Now, aragonite comes in different colors. Brown aragonite is probably the most common, but it grows in a different formation. The white aragonite grows very differently, and it looks like frozen coral. This is a straight up fifth dimensional crystal. Absolutely fifth dimensional. It helps you with new beginnings. It helps you to raise your consciousness while we are here on Earth so that we are in that airplane. We are looking out the window. We see what's happening, but we are not in it. It really can elevate you out of the chaos and the things that weigh us down. It it does really a full connection of our light column or our chakra column and just expand your energy field. I just love it for helping the physical body to handle the upgrades. Because as we upgrade, because we're constantly getting light codes, we're going to get some light codes in 2 days on the 1111 portal. They are already happening now. They don't just happen on that day. Um, this crystal raises the body's frequency to not be so third dimensional so that we can get another upgrade. And once we get an upgrade, we don't go backwards. And then this crystal helps us inch up a little bit more in frequency. And then we get another upgrade. And then it helps us inch up a little bit more. It's super gentle in how it works. It also helps us to get out of the third dimensional energy is very sluggish. Like manifesting is outrageously slow. Lot of like lack of motivation, just feeling sluggish. This pulls you out of that. That pulls you out of it. Our body is always going to be here in the third dimension because we are here on Earth for a reason, but we can be of higher frequency, which then impacts everybody else. This is a great crystal. So it's basically a new beginning crystal. It's helping you adapt to the shifting frequencies. Now, when it's pink, it's really focused on the heart chakra and elevating the heart chakra into upgraded frequencies. So, very, very important crystal for the energy shift. All right, any questions? We are done with what I call the advanced crystals.
I just want to say that this has been revolutionary to me
Oh,
to
yeah.
look at the journey as I was instinctively picking out crystals like the epidote. I actually picked up a clear selenite 2 days ago. Like I was just drawn to it. And then now that you're talking about the white aragonite, it was maybe 6 months ago, I think it was. And I found it and I couldn't, it was just one of those things. I keep trying to listen to that internal. I kept going over to it. And then when I would talk to someone later, they're like, I've never heard of white oregano. Are you sure that's what that was? And I was like, well, that's what the store told me. And it was a store I trusted, one that I very much know.
Yeah.
Um, she was a chemist for 30 years and she goes to the mine. So, I really trust her.
Hmm.
But as you're saying it, this was the piece of white aragonite that I just could not walk away from.
Yeah.
And it has the pink on the bottom. Is that true? It could have both,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
white on the top and the pink. But
Mhm.
I could not, I was in the store and I wasn't going to get a crystal. I was just in the store to kind of like, and I could not stay away from it. And I was like, I need this. I don't know why I need this. I'm trusting it.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk away with this. And now it's sitting with my epidote and the selenite. And now it's making like, I'm just so grateful that you're revolutionizing the the internal I want to say not instinct, but intuition. That's it. Just I can't wait to go through these notes again and really pour into just, or maybe stay out of my head and go more in my heart. But it's amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, and trust how you're drawn to crystals. That's a physics frequency exchange.
Mhm.
And trust when you want to put them together, like the epidote and the white aragonite. Oh my gosh, now I want to go and do that. It's like, duh, those two together. Holy moly,
And
talk.
the selenite too, right? Like to put that in there.
Yeah,
And then the rhodochrosite then in the lower chakras. Like I feel like I want to start
yeah,
to combine.
yeah. Now imagine doing a body layout with those.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. So trust yourself when certain crystals want to work together, when they want to sit together, when they want to be in a grid together, or when they want to be in a layout
Mhm.
for you. Like they will start communicating. These are all crystals communicate, but these are unusually communicative crystals. And when you are present, they are not going to shut up. They will talk your ear off. They will tell you exactly what to do. And that's why at this point, you're going to find yourself not leaning on crystal books.
Mm.
Crystal books are great for people who have had no training. It at least gives them something. But once you really start learning how to work with crystals, you don't need the books at all. You don't need somebody else's description. You're going to look at it and say, mine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's just so encouraging to step into that because I like to overthink, I like to intellectualize, I like to do the science, and then it kind of squelches that. But when I'm in a crystal store, it's just like, whoa, that one, I really need that, and I don't know why. But this, thank you
Yeah.
for
Of
everything.
course, yes.
Well, and having the background knowledge that you give us, the foundational information helps me trust my intuition when
Mm.
I do feel something. It's
Yeah.
like it's not even necessarily going back and thinking, oh yeah, Allie said this or that about this particular crystal. It's like, okay, now I can feel what she was talking about and I trust that feeling.
Hmm.
So I don't even need to reference back.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So yeah, just trust when you are drawn to a crystal. I mean, both of you have a really good supply of crystals, and if one catches your eye on a certain day, that's the one that you work with. And the next day, if another one catches your eye, that's the one that you work with. Just trust that because your frequency is combining with what the frequency is of that crystal, and together they're going to create a result. And the crystal has a higher intelligence to basically say, pick me up, Pick me up. You need to work with me. Put me on your desk so I'm with you all day. Put me on your nightstand. If it's small enough and hard enough, put it in your pocket. It will tell you. It's like crystals are like a life coach. And they're just going to tell you today, today is me. Tomorrow is going to be stellar beam calcite. The next day is going to be white aragonite. All right. Let's start. Oh, we are at the end of that PowerPoint. Here, hold on. We're going to go to the next one. We're going to start talking about advanced tools. Okay, so these are advanced tools that I love to work with. Okay, and I do the identification of these, but I also encourage you that if you buy a crystal that has an advanced formation, verify it with your jeweler's loupe, and you may find additional features because crystals will show their feature to the person they're meant to be with. So you always want to double check on that. So when you're working at an advanced level with crystals, not only are you working with the masters, the 12 masters, you're going to start drawing in these formations. And this is what I call advanced formations. When I am shopping because these are primarily quartz based, just like the masters are all quartz based. These are going to be primarily quartz based. I am only looking for masters and advanced traits. That's what I'm looking for. So I am hand selecting. I just don't buy flats. A lot of stores just buy flats because it's efficient for them to do that. I don't do that. I'm hand selecting. So the abundance formation seems very similar to the Cathedral Library. Remember that master? You got a big, it's at least 6 inches tall, 3 inches wide on the base. It's got one primary point, and then it's got these little terminations around it. This, Dobby, what are you doing? Dobby, stop that. He uses the door jambs as a scratch post. Dobby? Oh my gosh, he's driving me crazy. The abundance formation is very much like a cathedral library, but it's small. Okay. It has to have a minimum of 9 terminations around the base. This is not a cluster. Okay, a cluster, they all grow out of a base, but you could individually separate them off. These you can't. They are so mushed into the side of the primary termination. So you see all those terminations there? That's called an abundance formation, but it has to have at least 9. Okay? This is a formation that taps into abundance energy. Now, abundance energy is multifaceted. You can't be depressed and tapping into abundance energy. Okay, so abundance energy is joyful. You can't berate yourself and have low self-worth and no self-love. That's why we work on the solar plexus as the foundation of abundance. You have to have self-worth, self-love, confidence, and be empowered. Once you have that foundation, then you elevate up to your heart, and that's where the abundance frequency takes off. So this is a crystal that, depending on what you need, you can lay it on your solar plexus to get the self-worth, self-love, empowerment, and confidence. You can lay it on the solar plexus. You can lay it on the heart to tap into abundance. You can put it in the middle if you want. But that abundance energy is joyful. It's all about possibilities. It's not only glass half full, Your glass is full and you have an entire like stemware set of glasses. It is all the infinite possibilities, the limitless potential. And really understanding that because you understand the quantum field and everything is possible. Everything is possible. So you're out of the lack mindset, you're out of the victim mindset. Um, this gets you out of why does this keep happening to me? It'll pull you out of that. It'll pull you out of I can't, I don't, I can't do that. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough knowledge. I don't know what I'm doing. This crystal pulls you out of that. It pulls you out of lack and into abundance. So on the screen, that is called a Kundalini citrine. And I haven't had these in the store in a couple of years, and I only get them in Tucson. Maybe I need to get some. I'm already making my list of what I need to get. But just be on the lookout for this. This is an abundance formation. Okay. And just remember, like I keep referencing that our brain and our heart are computers. They are programmed, but we can program them. Everything that we do is with intention. We live in an intention-driven world. Everything happens with intention. Okay? In order for you to have a delivery from Amazon, you had to have had the intention to get on your computer, look for what you need, stick it into the cart, and click checkout. That's all intention driven, and then you receive it. Just remember that. Everything is intention driven. So when you work with this crystal with the intention of being 100% rooted in the abundance energy, that's what's going to happen. Okay? And you know this is an abundance crystal because it's like, I just don't want to grow in one point. I want to have all these other little points around me. That's abundance. It abundantly grew all these little crystals. Okay. All right, next on the list, barnacles and bridges are often confused with each other. So a barnacle grows sideways across the facet or the side of the crystal. Sometimes it grows like on an angle. It's never straight up and down. Sideways or on a slight angle. And it is a point that looks like it's glued on. It's not in the crystal, it's on it. It's like how a barnacle latches onto a boat. It latches on and it goes for a ride. It's not in the boat. It's not, damaging the boat. It's hitching a ride. That's what a barnacle is. It's hitching a ride. You could chip it off if you wanted to. What the barnacle is, it is old soul, new soul energy. So how you work with it, I just press my thumb on it. And what it is that the bigger point is the old soul, the barnacle is the new soul. What this is a group attraction crystal. So this is good. Like I always encourage people who are building a business, especially anything in health, wellness, or energy work, they want to have at least one barnacle because you will be the old soul or the teacher or the mentor. The barnacle are the clients and the students that are coming in for your knowledge. Barnacles also help you see things from a different perspective, from a wider perspective. So they're giving you a different viewpoint. Okay, that's the barnacle. The bridge, on the other hand, is growing out of the crystal. And it may grow out each end, or it may just start in the center and fully grow out. Okay. This bridge takes you from where you are to where you want to be. It's a bridge. So again, I press my thumb on it And I either verbally talk it through or I'm visualizing, I'm here and this is where I'm going. Okay, Crystal, I need you to get me there. What are the steps that I need to take to this goal? I need step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many steps. What are the steps? And then I listen. I listen. It gets me from here to there. It gets you from your inner world to your outer world and back. Okay, so this is a what I call the easy button crystal. I need to know the steps. A lot of people have goals, but they don't set the steps. They're like, I want to earn this much money. And then they just sit there. And it's like, well, what's your first step? What are you going to do? I don't know. Okay, well then it's not going to happen. I want to have a new home. Great. What's your first step? I don't know. Well, then it's not going to happen. You can't just sit at home and, you know, hope that it's going to happen. You have to take inspired action. Not wrong action, not jamming a square peg into a round hole. You got to take the right action. This bridges you from here to there and helps you understand the steps. Okay? So I call it the easy button. All right, any questions on how to differentiate those two? Okay. All right, let's do two more and then we'll take a break. All right, copper pyramids, these are fun. So you can find these in a variety of places. You can find tabletop crystal pyramids, like the one on the left is like 12 inches by 12 inches, or you can find big ones that you can literally sit under. So in your workbook, I put, copperpyramids.net, and then there's even a site on Etsy where you can buy the ones that you can sit in. These are sacred geometry portals. This is the tetrahedron. The tetrahedrons are manifesting, harnessing of energy. So I like to take the little copper pyramid and put it over a grid because it harnesses the energy even more. This is where you're layering energy. These are shaped in the exact dimensions of the pyramids of Giza. So you can put the small versions over a crystal grid. If you're making crystal elixirs or crystal water, you can put it over that. You can put it over crystals. People like to, recharge or cleanse their crystals that way. But when you're buying the bigger ones to sit in, these are phenomenal. These are phenomenal. Now, I haven't purchased one yet, but I have sat in a couple of them. It is crazy. It is crazy the energy in them. It was silent. I don't know how to explain it. It was silent. I always have buzzing in my ears. I'm always getting downloads. It was freakishly silent. It was almost unnerving and awesome at the same time. So there's two different shapes. There's the Giza shape, which has a wider base, and then the Nubian shape has a thinner base. So the points are more extreme. The Giza shape is in the exact dimensions of the Pyramid of Giza. And that shape is helping you with balancing and harmony and alignment from your earth chakra up to your heart. Okay, so this is like your base. That's why the base of it is bigger. The Nubian shape is working from your throat chakra up because it has a more pointed shape. Now, I will give you a caution if you're drawn to this. Not everybody is, but if you're drawn to this, I would highly recommend buying them without any pre-attached crystals. I am finding that at the intersections where they come dismantled and you just have to stick the tubes together, the copper tubes. And I'm finding that some are coming with pre-attached crystals, but they have been shaped, potentially melted down, which I don't like. And what if you don't resonate with that crystal? It is now embedded. They're also putting them on the top. What I like to do, and you can see it on the left, I just put crystals in an organza bag and I tape it to the top and let it hang. So I would recommend no crystals. You decide. And it like at the base of the four corners, you can just set crystals. But this is a fantastic way to meditate. I mean, it's super cool. These are really, really neat to work with. Do either of you have copper pyramids? Okay. Not everybody's drawn to this. I'm not saying that you have to do it. It's just this is an advanced technique. Okay. I mean, I don't even have the one that you can sit in. And Stella broke my little tabletop one. She just, it was on top of a bookshelf and she just went, phew, and part of it came apart. So I haven't felt inclined to get another one, but these are really neat to work with if you want to. All right, let's do one more and then we'll take a break. Crystal singing bowls. Do either of you have a crystal singing bowl? Okay, Rita, do you have one that's quartz frosted or is it another crystal like rhodochrosite or kyanite?
No, it's the quartz. And interestingly, the first one that came that I was just drawn to was the solar plexus,
Okay.
which I was a little surprised, but I was like, this is what I'm feeling. And then I have a second one now, and it's the crown.
Okay.
I don't know what maybe, I maybe need to sit more with that, but that's how they came to me. And um, working with sound, I've just found that I love sound,
Mhm.
but when I go to share it with others, it doesn't, the reactions are different. And I've been noticing that, especially with tuning forks and that. But the crystal bowl, those are the two that I have. It's just the
Yeah.
solar plexus and the crown.
Yeah, so crystal bowls are very personal. My bowls only play for me. When I try to play them in a class, they don't play. They are for me. Um, Now I know people that have sound bath sessions and they're playing the bowls and you can sit in it. So crystal bowls are very personal. So like if you want to offer sound bath sessions, when you go to buy the bowls, you have to say, this is not for me. This is for a group. You're going to be in a group. Do you want to be in a group? What I have found about the crystal bowls is two things. You get what you pay for. The frosted quartz bowls are less expensive. The sound is different than the crystal infused bowls. Like you can get rhodochrosite bowls, you can get apophyllite bowls, you can get Herkimer diamond bowls. You're gonna pay a whole heck of a lot more for those. I mean, you can get oh, do I have the pricing? Um, so yeah, frosted bowls you can get for like under $300 depending on the size. The crystal infused are minimum $1,000 minimum, but it's different. It's got a different tone to them. So the other thing that I have found is like I have four bowls, two frosted, two crystal infused. One of the frosted I ordered online and it's perfectly lovely. It plays, but it is not mine. I have found that you have to play these. And there are certain places, like if you go onto the Crystal Tones website, they've got, like, I'm trying to think, there's nothing close here in Michigan. Like they're in Tucson. They have big places all over the Tucson Gem Show. And that's where I bought two of mine in Tucson. I bought one in Sedona. Um, the closest to where we all are living is I'm looking at the list right now. Um, Kansas City is probably our closest. Kansas City, Missouri. Some stores sell them in person. Really haven't found any here in Michigan that do, but I really recommend if you can play it because I'll go in and say, I want a third eye crystal bowl. I play the third eye crystal bowls, and even the people there are like, well, it's lovely. It's not right. And then I'll play like a heart chakra bowl. And I wanted to get a small 9-inch bowl, and I walk out with an 18-inch bowl. It's kind of like going to adopt a pet at a shelter. We walk in, and I'm like, I want two gray tabby girl kittens, and I walk out with an 18-year-old tuxedo. It's like we can walk in wanting something. That's not what we're meant to have. So that's why I encourage playing in person because it will play for you like no one else. You will feel it in your bones. I mean, you will be so tingly and on fire, you will know. So that what I love about these is it's a blending of energy. You have sound frequency because they're all tuned to notes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You have the blending of crystal energy, and some of them are shaped in sacred geometry formations. So I have a bowl that is shaped to the golden ratio, that seashell looking formation. And that's what it feels like. It feels like that vortex energy, very different than the other bowls. So here, I want to show you, this was taken early on when I was still living in the DC area. So there's baby Rudy. He was about not even a year old. And I was teaching this class, and he was being a pill. He could not control himself, but this calmed him down. The bowl I'm playing, notice how the base is narrower than the top? That's the golden ratio bowl. They shaped it to have that expansive energy. The crystal is called Anchi, which is about 4 billion years old. It's almost as old as zircon. Um, each bowl, depending on the size, is going to determine how you play it. If it's big, you set it on the ground and you go around the sides. If it's small and you can hold it, you go around the top. And when you buy from a store, that this is what they do. They teach you how to play it. If I find just a crystal store selling them, hopefully they know how to teach you how to play it because each size you play differently. But let me play this for you. I mean, that just is it's effortless. Look at Rudy. He was very calm for that because he was really crazy before that. But you heard how it was like you could almost hear the sound going up and down. That was the phi ratio. It sounds different than the other crystal bowls. And that one is tuned to the zeal chakra, which is right back here. So if you're drawn to a crystal bowl, my recommendation, go to a place where you can play it in person. If you go to the Crystal Tones website, they have the locations, but there's no place nearby. But if you're on vacation, if you're in Miami or Phoenix or Louisville or San Francisco or Sedona or Salt Lake City, they have places where you can play. So, all right, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, let's go to the next section. I'm going to show you a couple of videos about EMF protection. There, there's a lot of products on the market that are not crystals that claim to protect us from electro and magnetic frequencies. I certainly haven't tested all of them or even most of them, but many that I've tested don't do anything. And when you look on the website, they don't really tell you how is this helping. Now, I have proven with my, Amazon EMF detector that I think I paid 40 bucks for, I have proven numerous times that black tourmaline, shungite, and Newmite absolutely block EMFs. No doubt. So, oh, and I just got a new supply of fairly good size black tourmaline that actually have flat bottoms. And they were polished to have flat bottoms and polished to have points, but the sides are all natural, so they're perfect for sticking in the four corners of a house because they have a flat bottom. So, just to let you know, I got those in. But what you want to do is, I mean, if you want to get an EMF detector, you can. You don't have to. I mean, they have loads of different varieties on Amazon that are affordable. Some things don't actually don't actually give off EMFs like they used to. So I had an old microwave. Holy crap. Even when it wasn't in use, the magnetic went off the grid. I mean, it was crazy. I got rid of it so fast. Well, I now have a microwave in this house and it doesn't register as anything. Even when it's on, it's like, that's weird. My cell phone used to go off like crazy and now it doesn't. Okay. So I think you just have to test rather than assume. So just be cautious of any sort of charms or jewelry or patches that offer EMF protection without explanation. Um, I know I probably have a couple of these left in the store, but I have shungite stickers that you can stick on your computer, you can stick on your phone. Um, I don't have the black tourmaline patches anymore. Those hands down are going to work. But when it's something different, just be really, really cautious. I've given you a couple of websites. I love the Vibes Up company. They are legit. Um, but just be careful. There's a lot of weird stuff out there. So here, I want to show you a couple of videos where I'm doing testing. So this is my computer. The top is electrical, the bottom is magnetic. And that's black tourmaline. That is shungite. That was better than black tourmaline. And that's Newmite. And that was the best. So I actually have a row right between me and my computer, a black tourmaline, shungite, and Newmite. And then behind my computer, I've got two big pieces. So you're going to want to do that with your computer, if you have a clock in your bedroom, with a television. So I have crystals in front of my television and I surround my Wi-Fi router. All right, let's go to the next one. Coffee pot. Okay, this is a charm called Harmony with an I. I'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so that did something. I don't know what's in it. This is another charm that actually has crystals in it, and that did much better. It's a pet charm. So the first one, the Harmony, it has a sacred geometry symbol on the front, and that's what they say is blocking the EMFs. Now, I don't understand that at all. And when I go to their website, they don't really fully explain. There appear to be no crystals in this charm. I did test it. And unfortunately I forgot to take a video when I had like the really bad microwave. It did not that Harmony charm and that charm right there did nothing for magnetic on that microwave, but they did something for the electrical. I even wrote the company, the Harmony Company, because they're not cheap. They're necklaces. And they still wouldn't explain it to me. So I don't really recommend them because we don't understand how it works. I mean, yeah, we can test it, but it didn't do anything with magnetic. And that's what they're promoting it to be. All right, here's one more. Oh, there's the microwave. That's the old one. See how the magnetic is going crazy? There's the Harmony. It didn't do anything. And there's the other one, and it didn't do anything. Now, what I forgot to videotape was the black tourmaline, and that did drop it. That did drop it. So my only suggestion is be cautious, and if you're really concerned, just get an EMF detector. But this is advanced crystal work, is doing this sort of thing, and just not blindly relying on what people advertise. All right, let's talk about anhydros. These are water bubbles, they're not air bubbles. They're little cavities, they're little canals that naturally happen during the crystal growth process, and sometimes water gets trapped in. So it's ancient water. Some crystal stores that are more higher level will actually take a black Sharpie and circle it or put dots around it, like on this one. You can see the black. That's actually marker on the outside. But where the arrows are, do you see the little tiny, there's black bubbles? This water was black because it was carbon. It was in a Herkimer diamond. Herkimer diamonds grow with carbon, and that's why you can get the black, speckles inside. But the water was actually carbon, so it was black. So when I tilt it back and forth, it's a black water bubble going back and forth. These are really interesting to work with because when you think about water energy, it helps us flow. Water is cleansing. Water can remove blocks. I mean, water can actually carve a rock. It can carve something hard. And now you know what an anhydro does. It gets things moving. It gets things out of the way. It gets things purified. And so when you are working with an anhydro, it is with that intention. I need to flow. I need to get things moving. I need to get around this block. And that's what anhydros are good for. And I just simply like to stare at them and tilt the water back and forth. That takes you right into meditation. It's called crystal gazing. You're gazing into your crystal ball, but you have water and you can stare at it. Do either of you have anhydros? Rita, I know you do. Lisa, do you have anhydros? Okay.
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. You may. You may.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at everything.
Yeah, they like to grow in smoky quartz and especially smoky celestial quartz. So I would check your smokies first, and especially if there's celestials. That's where you're tempted to find them. They also like to grow in the Brandbergs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I found it interesting. Um, they've just gravitated to me in the last, I would say, 2 months.
Mhm.
They just keep popping up on my radar, and it's just interesting how different things happen. But I mean, obviously they've been around forever in different places, but all of a sudden it's like they just show up. And this last one, it revealed itself to me. You know, it wasn't pointed out that there was one in the crystal, and then I was meditating with it, and it went bloop. I
Yeah.
went, whoa. And it's really cool the way this one works. I can just spin it, and it just goes, you just follow it. Like you
Yeah.
say, you just kind of get lost in it. But it's real subtle, so subtle that it was not, oh, look, there's this in hydro. It was meditating with it, and all of a sudden there was movement. And like you said, it was kind of neat because it helped me. I think it was taking my mind into that flow, like flow, move, and then it revealed itself. But I find it interesting. I have now 5 in hydros, and that was, I mean, that's a lot. I think that's a lot. That just was amazing that they just started showing up, and I wasn't seeking them out. I didn't go into a store and say, "Do you have in hydros?" It was, they just started landing in my radar.
Yeah. And that's the best way. Let the crystal pick you, and it'll show you what you're working on. And to really find the anhydro, you often need your jeweler's loop. It often you just don't see it straight on, but when you're using your jeweler's loop, that's when you can discover it. And so that's why, I give a jeweler's loop with this class, because going forward, especially with all your quartz-based crystals, take your jeweler's loop on every single piece and really examine it, because you may find additional features. All right, let's go to the next advanced crystal, and it's the generator. So generators are where all 6 facets of the quartz come to a perfect point. That's when you know the C-axis that it grows around, that's the concentration of energy that the crystal is literally spraying and squirting, its energy out of the C-axis, and that C-axis is aligned perfectly over the point. If it's been polished into a generator, you don't know if the point is off center from the C-axis. So when it's natural, that is power. That's power. Not like the master laser power. I wouldn't necessarily use it like a laser wand, but I put these in the middle of a grid for like really concentrated energy. Very, very precise energy. It gives you clear focus. So you can meditate with them to help you get really precision clear on what you want, or you can put it in a grid. So I love generators. And if you are ever concerned of whether a generator you have has been polished, all you have to do is look at those 6 facets on the top. And if you see any scrapes or scratches, um, nick marks in them, it hasn't been polished. It hasn't. Sometimes a seller will take a natural point and they'll keep the sides natural, but they may polish those 6 facets. That's still okay because the whole thing wasn't polished. So you know the point is over the C-axis. So something on that crystal needs to be in its natural formation. And then you know. Then you know. Um, can we force a crystal to be a generator? And yeah, I mean, when you turn anything into a point, the energy of the crystal has to come out some way. So even a polished into a generator will still push the energy out. It's just stronger when it is natural rather than forced. But even if it's forced, it's still pushing the energy out more extreme through the point. All right. Key etchings. These can be tricky to identify, but once you figure it out, you'll start noticing them. A key etching to me looks like an amphitheater. You know, the amphitheater has the stair steps that go dun 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 like that. That's what it looks like. It looks like an amphitheater. So these are usually three-sided, sometimes six-sided. I've seen four-sided. But when you take your jeweler's loop, you will see how it goes in a little, in a little, in a little, in a little. It's stair steps. Do, 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 do. That's a key. It's not just a hole. You want to see the stair steps going in. How you work with it is you take your receiving hand, which is the hand that you don't write with. I press my thumb in it, and this is basically the key to unlock the parts of yourself that are hidden. This is a shadow work crystal. It will help you see things that you're not seeing right now. It'll help you see what is holding you back. It'll help you see what parts of you have hidden. It will help you see others who are dominating you. And it's just been such a slow drip, you didn't realize it. This is your key to freedom. This is your key to unlocking your soul's mission. And it'll help you let go what is holding you back. So it's a shadow work crystal. It is really, really cool. Sometimes the keys are small. Sometimes I've seen a key that was basically the width of like two thumbs. But sometimes they are really small. So just take your jeweler's loop, start inspecting all your quartz for key etchings. You know, if I've identified it, I'm going to list that on a crystal that it has a key. But these are really, really amazing to work with. All right, any questions about key etchings? Okay.
Yeah. Can they occur on any crystal, or is this like specific to quartz?
Well, I guess anything is possible. I've never seen it on anything other than quartz. Have you seen it on different crystals?
No, I've never really looked. That's why I'm just
Okay.
kind of wondering, like, I got
Hmm.
a table covered with crystals here behind me. If I take my jeweler's loop, should I like not look, not bother looking at like you know, the white aragonite?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, nah, not gonna have them. Um, but like some of the other ones, citrine or whatever, would they show up on something like that? That's
Yeah. Anything that's quartz based.
okay.
Yeah. It'll show up on anything that's quartz based. And that's where the masters are all quartz based.
Right.
These advanced traits, most of them are quartz based. There's one I'll let you know that also goes into other crystals, but a lot of these are quartz based because that's the power crystal. Quartz is where the power is at. So when crystals have quartz in them, oh my gosh, they're going to have other traits that take you to elevated levels of working with them. Yeah. All right, let's go to Lemurians. So in the Masters, I talked about the laser. Remember, it looks like a finger. It's got really tiny facets at the top. Lasers can have Lemurian traits. The Lemurian traits are the horizontal striations on the side. A laser doesn't have to be Lemurian. The shape is what makes a laser. A lot of them do have Lemurian traits, okay? Lemurians are the striations, but they may not be a laser. So the photo on the left, that's a pink Lemurian. That's not a laser because the facet at the top is just like a normal quartz. The one on the right, you see the facets, how tiny they are on the top? That's a laser. That's a laser. So Lemurians can be lasers. Lasers can be Lemurians, or they can be neither. They can just be a Lemurian or just be a laser. Okay. Lemurians come in different colors. I've had red Lemurians, which are hematite included. I've had pink Lemurians, which are iron included. Um, you can have smoky Lemurians, you can have citrine Lemurians, you can have clear Lemurians. There is a battle between the miners of where Lemurians truly come from. Everybody agrees Brazil, especially the Minas Gerais region, that's where the Lemurians have historically come from. Then Arkansas started saying that they were getting Lemurians. And I think it was back in 2014, I witnessed a real vicious argument between a Brazil miner and Ron Coleman, who is an Arkansas miner. And Ron was talking about how he has Lemurians and this Brazil miner. I mean, very passionate Portuguese guy, and he got really hot about it and said, no, they only come from Brazil. And Ron's like, well, I have striations. Here's the thing with Lemurians. In order to be a Lemurian, it has to have the striations and the location, just like Herkimers are location based. Moldavite is location based. Himalayan mountains, Himalayan quartz is location based. So Lemurians have striations and location. Just because a crystal has striations doesn't make it a Lemurian. And that's what the Brazilian miner was saying. He's like, Ron, just because you have the horizontal striations doesn't make it a Lemurian. Lemurians are location specific. Now, here's the thing. Do we really know how expansive this landmass called Lemuria was? It is believed to go from the panhandle of Florida all the way across to Hawaii. Okay, that would kind of cover Arkansas. It would definitely cover Brazil. And now we have Lemurians coming out of Colombia. And it would cover all of that. So who's to say? Who's to say? Now, I had a student last year come to me and said that she got a Lemurian from Montana. Hard no. I can tell you that right now. There is no miner that is ever going to agree that Lemurians are coming out of Montana. No. She paid a lot of money for just quartz. So just because it has striations doesn't mean it's a Lemurian. You're looking for location specific. Okay. So I can tell you without a doubt, Brazil and Colombia for sure. For sure. Arkansas is still up for debate. I don't want to say no, but possibly. Now, these just kind of lay around in the soil. They're not coming off of a big matrix. They're fairly close to the surface, and there's a lot of folklore about how they were left by the Lemurian nation. The Lemurians destroyed their world based on abusing technology, but also kind of cataclysmic weather events that basically put their world underwater. Do they still exist underwater? There's now discussion about that. Um, I don't know. I don't know. But the striations are the code from the Lemurians, so it's information. Lemurians are very personal. You can have more than one. It's not like a Brandberg. But when you are drawn to a Lemurian, it has personal information for you. And how you unlock it is you start at the base and you rub your thumb up to the top of the crystal. You're unlocking the code. You have to have a very solid meditation practice in order to really unlock a Lemurian. If you are a Lemurian starseed, then you're going to be drawn to Lemurians and you're going to be able to unlock the information. And it's not like you unlock it and say, oh, In this meditation session, I was told X, Y, and Z from this crystal. And then in another week, in a meditation session, I was told A, B, and C. It's more subtle. It's more subtle than that. It's not necessarily so blunt. It just becomes a knowing where you talk about how Lemurians work for you. And people may say, well, how do you know that? I don't know. I just know. It's because the Lemurian unlocked, it has just now become such a part of how you work with the crystal. You can't differentiate Lemurian knowledge from your knowledge. That's the difference. That's so it's not like you're going to say, "Oh, I worked with the Lemurian and it told me that there is an underwater world. We just can't get to it, but it is still fully existing." You may not get that, but you get other sort of coded information, but you can't even separate yourself from it. That's how subtle Lemurians can be. And the more you meditate with it, the more you work with it, the more it's going to work with you. It is a lifelong relationship. It may not even reveal itself to you in this lifetime, but it comes to you lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. That's what Lemurians do. So the colors all mean something different, um, the advanced features, you could have keys, it could be a generator, um, it could have master traits. It could be a channeler, a transmitter, a Tao, a laser, a tantric twin. You can use this to put protection around yourself, but I simply like to meditate with it or create a grid where these are your amplification pieces. So, I can find Lemurians when I go to shows. I don't want to say that they are common or abundant because most crystal stores don't have them, or if they have them, they are mislabeled. I've seen Lemurians that are completely polished, and even if it came from Brazil or Colombia, they polished off the code. It's kind of like if you go to the grocery store, you know how they scan the barcode for the price? If the barcode is gone, they don't have the information of how much it costs. If somebody polishes off the striations, it is not a Lemurian anymore. The code is in the striations. It's not internal to the structure. So when you polish it off, you just took the barcode right off of it. So be very cautious of that. Be very cautious. Um, oh, somebody showed me a was this in the crystal cluster? A calcite that was being labeled Lemurian something. We talked about it within the last 4 to 6 months. I forget what it was called, but it was a calcite. No, it could have striations. It's not a Lemurian. Lemurians are quartz. It's like it could be something else, but it's going to have a different name. And that's why names are important. And when people are playing fast and loose with the names, no, it brings discredit to the entire industry. And so be cautious. Be cautious of what you see labeled Lemurian. All right, any questions about Lemurians? Okay. All right, manifestation crystal. I'm about ready to take this out of the class. This has been in the class since I started teaching this class in 2014. I can't find them now. They surfaced for a while and then they disappear. We're in a disappearing phase. I've kept it in case if you find it. What it is it's literally the quartz crystal grows a crystal within it. It's not coming out like a bridge. It is fully encased in the crystal. It's basically pregnant with a quartz. It's literally manifesting a quartz baby within itself. I don't see these anymore. I don't know where they are. I don't know what the deal is. But when I started teaching this class, I mean, I had a guy, he was a shaman in Florida. Oh my gosh, he had the best pieces. So I was buying them up like crazy, and now I can't find them. So if you find something like this is called a manifestation crystal because the crystal literally manifested a crystal within itself. That is a very unusual geological science because it doesn't happen every day. So that's why it's called a manifestation crystal because it literally helps us birth something new. And manifesting starts with our frequency internally, who we are, not what we want, not the grids we create, not the words that we use, not the visualization. It's literally our frequency. This gets you into that frequency. A lot of crystals get you into that frequency. So, do either of you have a manifestation quartz? Just be
Not
on
that
the
I'm
lookout.
aware of.
Yeah, just be on the lookout. And if you have one, do a happy dance. And if you find one, do a happy dance. All right, next on the list, pendulum. All right, so we all know how to work with a pendulum. I want to teach you an advanced technique that I do with a pendulum. Are you both comfortable in having your pendulum swing yes and no? You're good with that? Okay. Do you have your pendulum in front of you? I want to teach you a cord removal technique. Now, the pendulum 99.9% of the time is going to swing the same way for everybody. If it doesn't swing the way that I'm going to tell you, you could have what's called polarity reversal, which I'll explain in a little bit. We don't cut cords. Anybody who is still teaching and talking about cutting cords is old third dimensional energy. It doesn't work. They have not kept up with the energy shift at all. We don't cut. I think for 1 year early on, I taught cutting cords and it never worked. And then I switched to removing cords. We have to literally pull the cord out of us from other people, other places, situations. And we can use our pendulum. What you do is you hold this in front of your solar plexus because a lot of cords come into the front and the back of our solar plexus. It's our power center because energy cords are siphoning our power. The more you do this, you're not even going to have to think or have any intention. It is automatically going to go counterclockwise. Counterclockwise, we are opening. Remember, opening a pickle jar. It's what we do with the chakras. We move crystals counterclockwise. If yours is not automatically moving counterclockwise, like mine is already going because I do this all the time. What you're going to do is you're going to ask it to activate, release, and transmute negative energy cords. As soon as you say that, it should start moving counterclockwise. If yours is going any other direction, you probably have polarity reversal and there's a crystal body layout that you can do. Now, you let it go for as long as it needs to go. The first time I did this, it was swirling counterclockwise for about 5 minutes, and I had the number 3600 come into my mind. I had 3600 energy cords in me. Yeah. This is something to do every night before you go to bed. Not all energy cords are bad. but you want to detach the negative ones. When it's done, it is all on its own going to stop, and then it'll start going clockwise. It's going to seal it back up, and if it's like when it stops spinning for you, if it doesn't start going clockwise, you can ask it to fill the space because you now have empty space. Fill the space with white light and love, and it'll start to spin clockwise. And you just let it go until it stops. Whenever we remove something, we can't leave a void. We have to fill it.
I gotta say, that is the coolest thing ever. I was just doing it as you were talking us through it. That is awesome.
It's really neat.
I agree. That is awesome.
Yeah. Now, you can also go into places. You can go into a workspace. Just stand in the middle of the room, hold it out, and say, activate, release, and transmute negative energy cords in a space. So all the bad juju that people bring in to a space. I mean, Lisa, especially for you, oh my gosh, after an election,
Oh yes. Oh yes.
please,
That's the first thing I'm doing tomorrow morning when I
yeah,
go to my office.
let's clear the crazy. So yeah, you can walk through your house. You can walk through any space. I have walked through animal shelters and cleanse the space. So I like to take crystal singing bowls into animal shelters, veterinary clinics, boarding facilities. But if they don't want that, they don't even need to know what you're doing. As long as nobody is standing next to you, you can just literally walk through with a pendulum. You can start clearing spaces. Pretty cool. All right, let's go to the next. Let's talk about phantoms. So phantoms show you internally how the crystal grew and stopped, grew and stopped, grew and stopped. Each time it grew and stopped, sometimes other minerals would come in and just kind of settle on top of it. So it's been a while since I've had these, but I've had hematite phantom quartz. So you've got the phantom, and when it stopped growing, hematite that looks like red glitter came and sprinkled on top of it, and then it grew again. So it encased that. It's like frosting on the cake, and then you put another layer of cake over it. These phantoms do a couple of different things. Number one, they show you the internal growth. So you can see the C-axis because where the point is of each phantom, that's the C-axis. So if the outside happens to be polished, if the facets on top happen to be polished, but that outside point is off center from the phantoms, they didn't polish it accurately. So you can literally look internally and it's like, oh, they didn't do a good job. Or maybe they did do a good job. You see the internal growth structure. The crystal is literally telling you its history. And that's what it helps you do. We have times in our life where we grow and then we become stagnant. This crystal helps you to keep going. And then maybe you hit another wall and it says, keep going. And then you hit another wall. Keep going. And then you hit another wall. This basically helps us punch through the glass ceiling. So it's a fantastic crystal to meditate with. If you have 3 or 6, you can put them in a crystal grid, especially if it is about growth and expansion. But it helps you push to the next level. So it's a leveling up crystal. I love phantoms. They're so cool. They're so cool. Okay, any questions about phantoms? All right, rainbows. Rainbows are cool. Rainbows are just happy. when you stare at them, they just bring happiness. So it's perfect for people who feel depressed or feel grief or melancholy. Maybe it's situational, or maybe you don't know why you're sad. Stare at it, gaze into it. It is called a telephone wire to source energy. It's like the Lucky Charms leprechaun, you know, that commercial Lucky Charms where he rides the rainbow and finds the pot of gold. This is what it does. It rides you to source energy along the rainbow. So all you have to do is stare at it. Just stare at it, hold it, stare at it. And I mean, you are just going to be full of that rainbow energy. Everybody loves seeing a rainbow. Rainbows are lucky. Rainbows are about fortune and abundance and joy. That's exactly what rainbow crystals do. All right, let's go to the next one, record keepers. So, record keepers are triangles that are either etched in or stacked and raised on top of a crystal. Now, these can be found on quartz, but they are also found on rubies. I just had record keeper rubies in the store last month. They can be found on Herkimer diamonds, on amethyst, on sapphire, and even aquamarine. These are associated with the lost world of Atlantis and its information, the sunken, etched, like you can rub your thumb over it. And you can feel the indentation, you can feel the etching. That is information that is stored in the crystal that you can unlock. Very much like a Lemurian, stroke your thumb over it, ask it to unlock, and then just it's very subtle shifting of information. If it is a raised triangle where it's stacked on top, that is personal for you. The sunken is about the lost world of Atlantis. The raised is for you. Okay. Now, depending on how you hold it, and this is really only going to relate to like amethyst, Herkimers, and quartz, like the quartz-based crystals. If, you know, because you hold a quartz a certain way. The points are on top. The amethyst point is on top. Herkimers are double terminated. This can be harder. But depending on how you hold it, if the triangle is upright, it is going into past information. If the triangle is downward, upside down, that is the key to the future. Now, what this does is it's sacred geometry and it's tapping into the threefold law or the law of return, that what you put out comes back 3 times. Life comes in threes. Energy work is done in threes. We work with crystals and replications of 3. This is tapping into Tesla math. Now, one thing that you can do if you know, because sometimes you need a jeweler's loop. The crystal in the middle is one of my Nirvana quartz, and it has 36 etched record keepers. They're microscopic. If you see with your jeweler's loop, really, really, really tiny record keepers, but it's hard to count them, take silly putty and press it onto the top. And then when you peel it off, you can see the record keepers. It's so much fun to work with. But these are crystals that you're just going to meditate with, stroke them with your thumb, and ask it to reveal its wisdom to you. All right, any questions about record keepers? These are all things
Yeah.
to look for when you're crystal shopping. By the way, they may not be labeled.
Um, so I'm looking at, I'd gotten one of the ruby record keepers
Mhm.
that you had at the sale recently, and I'm looking at it, and it's actually on the ends, is what it looks like, not so much on the sides.
Okay,
Um,
it should be on the top or the bottom,
mhm,
both.
okay,
So you may need your jeweler's loop. It could be subtle.
okay,
Yeah, take your jeweler's loop because every single piece had either top or bottom or both,
Hmm.
but you're noticing it on the sides?
No, I'm not seeing it
Oh,
on the sides, but my question was when you're saying whether it's right, like point up or point down, if it's on something that's hexagonal,
doesn't matter.
okay.
Yeah, because you
Okay.
can't, there's no up or down.
Yeah, it's like putting you in a round room. There is no corner.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so
Okay.
with ruby, with sapphire, with aquamarine, even with Herkimer's, you're not going to have a natural up or
Okay.
down. Yeah, yeah. All right. Next on the list is scepters. It's been a while since I've had scepters in the store. And usually these are coming, I'm getting them as smoky amethyst from, oh, what country is it? Is it Zimbabwe or Zambia? Starts with one of the Z countries in Africa. Um, and they're called Shangan amethyst, and they naturally grow as a scepter. So the scepters, how you identify them is there is an internal clear quartz and then another crystal. It could be clear quartz, or in this case, it is amethyst and smoky blended, grows over it. And it is obvious, like, here's where the clear quartz ends, and here's where the smoky amethyst starts. That clear quartz, I mean, in order to be a scepter, it has to stick out of the covering, the sheathing that is around it, because you hold it like a scepter. It's a wand, it's a crystal wand. These are based on both Lemuria and Atlantis. These were magical wands that were used by the priests and the priestesses. The sheathing on top of the quartz center is the crown. This is a crystal crown. This is where, I mean, manifestation is magic. That's what magic is. You're just manifesting. People are like, woo, magic. That's the devil and voodoo. It had nothing to do with religion. Okay. Manifesting is magic. Uh, Really ultra religious, hopefully this doesn't offend either of you, but really ultra religious people get very offended when I tell them that prayers are magic. They really don't like that. And it's like, what do you think it is?
So are miracles.
It's magic. Yeah.
Yes.
You're working with manifesting. So anyway, I try not to disrupt their programmed beliefs, but it's like, do you realize almost everything in every religion actually comes out of spiritual tradition, comes out of, dare we say, witchcraft? All the rituals, the religious rituals come out of spiritual rituals. I mean, Easter comes out of a pagan holiday. It's like, oh, just Allie, just use your inside voice. Just don't. Every now and then I have to burst their bubble, and it's like, it's all the same thing. It really is all the same thing. We're all working with the same thing. We just got different names for it. So when I say magic, these are magical wands. These are manifesting wands. Okay. So you're working on manifesting at the quantum field, multidimensional. So you can go into other lives, other dimensions where your soul exists. Your soul is just not here and it's just not in source. You're scattered. You can tap into that. You can use these for energetic surgery. It is a phi ratio formation. You could use this to activate a phi ratio grid. Okay. These are very, very powerful to work with. So if you can find a scepter, these are really neat to work with. Okay. Any questions about scepters? And again, all of these advanced traits you may never see labeled as such in a store. but you're going to be looking for them. You're going to see them. A lot of phantoms, they're not labeled phantom quartz. It's just quartz, and you're going to see the phantoms. This, when I buy these from, it's actually from the father and son team that I was having the ethical discussion about fair labor and, child labor. It's them that I buy these from. They don't label these scepters. This is Shangan amethyst, smoky amethyst. The Shangan region of, I can't remember if it's Zimbabwe or Zambia. Um, they don't call it scepter, but the formation is scepter formation. So once you know what it is, you'll see them. So don't wait for somebody to label it. This is very advanced, and most sellers, they don't have this knowledge, and the miners certainly don't have it, and the people selling it don't have it.
So one of the, I guess, just bringing attention to it is the scepters that I'm seeing are amethyst points, and they're calling them scepters, but that's different
Yeah.
than this, because this is saying there's a quartz formation,
Mhm.
with a formation on it, where this amethyst point that it's comes to a small point and then it goes really big, and they're like, this is a scepter, but it's more like they're using it as a wand or a tool or whatever, but a true scepter. I'm just talking out loud. It makes sense.
Have they polished it to that shape, or is it natural?
No, no, I have one I can show you. Um, but they called it a scepter. Where it's
Oh,
a,
that's a very what are those called? Royal amethyst. Those, yeah, that's not a scepter. Mm-mm.
no, now I'm seeing that, and
No, that's not a scepter, but that's a very, very rare amethyst. I used to have those in the store. Oh, they grow in a flower formation. Um, what are they called?
sorry.
I think it's called royal amethyst. So it's not a scepter, but that's a rare formation of amethyst. So yeah, it's you can use it as a wand.
That's what I've been using
Yeah.
it that way, and I found it was in a shaman store. He's a
Okay.
beautiful soul. He's had his store for 30 years, and very ethically, he sources and
Yeah.
in a very reasonably priced. Like, he just wants to get this out there for people. But there was like five of these, and they were calling them scepters and showing, what they do with it, the shaman. And I was like, I just felt again drawn to it. But
Yeah.
like this wasn't, I want to say it wasn't even, it was like $70. Like, it
Yeah.
wasn't expensive. And
Yeah.
so, I mean, 70 is still expensive, but it wasn't where you see a piece like this going, oh my goodness, but
Yeah.
um
Yeah. I
but
just
now
looked
I'm
up.
seeing a whole, like, my eyes are being opened, like, well, this I was calling a scepter, but it's not in
No,
the true
no,
sense.
no. It doesn't have the scepter magic to it. So yeah, that I just looked up my the little sheets that I give you guys on all the crystals. Yeah, it's royal amethyst wand from Brazil, and it's a really rare growth formation with deep purple, which is why it's called royal, because
Yes.
it royal purple color, and it grows outward like petals, like flowers blooming. So you have one flower petal that was plucked off, but how it grows is crazy how it grows. Um, yeah, this is a crystal of ascension. So believe me, what you have is super powerful. But it's not a scepter. And this is the thing. People sell stuff and they don't know what they're selling. And yeah, they don't know what they don't know. Some people are deceptive, like intentionally deceptive, and other people, they just don't know what they don't know. So
Yeah, and I did not feel that energy from him at all, like deception. It just just what you're describing, though. I did feel the power. I did feel the way that I was using it, but to call it a scepter now, I understand this would not. This is a wand.
Yeah.
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 Thank
All
you.
right. Last but not least, wands. So we have, how many slides do I have here? Oh, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Um, Wands can either be like what you have, that royal amethyst. That is a wand. It's got a point, it's got a handle, like any crystal that you can get a grip on, you can use as a wand. You can sweep it through the energy field. You can open up your chakra column and release and then put the crystal energy back in. You can point it to a cyst, a tumor, and a body part that was removed. You can recalibrate the energy so that the energy of the disease is not there. You can activate grids. I mean, there's so many different things that you can do with a wand. Just remember that the crystal that makes up the wand, that energy will get infused into it. If it is polished, this is a massage wand. You can literally dig it into the nooks and crannies. You can dig it into your muscles. If you know any massage therapists, if they get trained in how to use crystals, they should think about using crystal wands. Because if they can massage with a crystal wand, and if it is Mohs hardness 6 and higher and not toxic, like rose quartz, like what's on the screen, imagine putting an essential oil like Panaway, and then somebody has neck pain and they take that, or you do it on yourself, and you start getting into the muscles. Oh my word. You have now blended energies because you're doing massage therapy with a crystal with essential oil, and you got the color therapy blended in. So I've given you a couple of recipes of how you can work with a massage wand. You can work with a point. You don't need a recipe. Just if you are drawn to a wand, start working with it. See how it works with you. But I recommend having, and I know you all have a good point, a good size point, and then getting one that is polished that you can start working with. I particularly like it in the winter for sinus issues. You just get in there and just start massaging. It feels really good. Like stick some um like copaiba. Like I can't go this close to the eyes with peppermint or eucalyptus, which is usually my go-to, but I can do copaiba, which is anti-inflammatory. That's not going to sting my eyes, and man, I'm getting in there and I'm digging and it feels great. Oh, so wands are an advanced technique that you can work with. All right. Any questions on that, on advanced tools that you can start looking for? Like I said, they may not be labeled, but once you understand the identification of them, you'll see them. And what the seller doesn't know isn't going to hurt them, but what you know, bonus. I do a lot of I do a lot of happy dances because it's like, ooh, they have no idea that they have a master Tao. And I'm going to take that off your hands right now.
It's funny, I just have this like really strong urge to go to every crystal store I can find in the area and
Yeah.
start looking at what they have and seeing if they have stuff that they don't know they have.
Oh yeah. This totally changes how you shop, especially for quartz. It's like I truly believe this, that you cannot understand the power of quartz and all that it offers until you take this class. Like we love quartz. We've all had quartz for a long time, but now I know that you get it. I know that you get it. All these formations, it's not damaged. Like the key etching, I heard somebody say, oh, this crystal is damaged. And I literally said out loud, you're damaged. And then I'm like Allie, inside voice. You got to keep it together. But it made me angry. It's like I get really defensive about crystals. It's like, don't you dare say that that crystal is damaged.
Well, it's funny because I have one that sometime when I'm seeing you in person, I'm going to bring it with me and have you look. But it seems to have, it's a clear quartz. I picked it up, I don't know, a gazillion years ago, well before I knew anything about what I might be looking at or holding. Just, I was drawn to it. That's the one I grabbed. It appears to have the etchings or striations on it of a Lemurian.
Hmm.
So I want to have you look at it and confirm what I'm seeing. But, like I've had this for years. I used to carry it around in my pocket all the time with me. And I never was really sure why. I just felt
Hmm.
like this was something I needed to do. So now it's like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
Maybe it was giving me messages that I wasn't really
Yeah.
noticing because I wasn't tuned into it yet.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, exactly. And the messages, like I said, that we get can be so subtle that you look back in time. You look back 6 months or a year or 5 years, and it's like, whoa, look at what I've learned. Look at what I have changed. Look at what I've shifted. Look at what I've deprogrammed. Look at what I've unveiled. Like, holy crap. Can you attribute it to one specific crystal? If you have a lot, like we all do, it's all of them working together.
Well, and that's the interesting thing. Like, this is, I believe, I want to say this is like the first quartz crystal I ever bought. Like, I'd pick up stones here and there and stuff like that. I
Yeah,
think I probably have like maybe some amethyst jewelry or something I'd gotten
yeah.
earlier than that. But this was the first quartz crystal I ever bought for
Hmm.
myself. And so it, I'm pretty certain that the message that was on it is what has like nudged
Yeah,
me gently over the years in this direction.
yeah. And that's exactly what crystals do.
And what has been revealing to me lately, and what you're saying just reaffirmed it, is I'll learn something, and in the past, I would want to just rip the band-aid off. Like, okay, I've learned this, now I got to go do this.
Mhm.
And then I would beat myself up for not having the courage or not having the strength or just feeling overwhelmed or whatever it may be. But now that I have these years to look back on and remembering where I was
Mhm.
and realizing the crystals or the steps or the work, it's giving me the ability to give myself grace
Yeah.
that when I hear a new piece of information that I like, oh my goodness, I need to transform this and change it. I'm no longer pushing myself to do it that minute
Mhm.
as soon as I heard it, to be like, okay, I got to do this, and this I just need it, but to do it in the way that I'm called to do it, in the way that I can assimilate it and move into it with kindness and love and understanding versus do this, you have to do this in discipline,
Yeah.
unless it really need, if it's definitely a discipline action, but the discernment to be like, okay, this one, give yourself grace. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
You're not going to lift 1,000 pounds overnight. You can just lift this 1 pound, but what you just said, to look back and then go, wow, that's why that crystal was here. That's why this crystal is here, and then it was working, even though I felt like it. I don't want to say I felt it wasn't working, but just giving that grace to trust that what shows up today might show me something today, but it might show me something else in 5 years from now, and then another year, and then whatever
Yeah.
it may be.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny because a lot of the tools I'm encountering, especially from the Sacred Shift group, like not all of them resonate with me right now. I like maybe try them out, and it's just something that I'm not, putting into a habit or forming a habit of using yet. I figure some of them maybe I won't ever. Some of them, maybe it's just not the right time.
Right.
And like you said, it's that grace of knowing that, maybe just let it simmer there. Maybe this is a seed that's being planted that will grow in its own time. And I have to ask you guys, has anybody else had snow today?
Yep, I'm looking at it right now.
All right, yep. So we had probably a couple inches overnight, and there's a little bit like drifting down right now. I just
Oh.
like, oh, okay, winter's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, we just had a dusting.
Mhm.
So I mean it wasn't much, and everybody's like, "Oh, lake effect." It blows right over us and it dumps in Grand Rapids. It's not going to dump here. I mean, I'm literally 5 minutes walk to the lake. It's too close to really dump. But we had a little dusting, so it was
That's
pretty
Yeah,
cold.
yeah. Ours is melting fast. My husband was out feeding the horses, and as he went by the my one window, I can see the front end of my car, and he drew a smiley face in it, and on the hood, and like now, like the smiley face is gone because it's all sliding off the hood. It's getting warm enough out there that it's not really sticking to anything except the grass and the leaves.
Yeah. All right, before we go into talking about grids, I've mentioned the quantum field a lot, and I don't know if you've read any quantum field books, if you've studied this. There is, oh, did I put it in? I'm always adding to this workbook. Did I put it in your resource page? It is a book called Crap, I did not. Oh, what is it called? Um, The Physics of Consciousness. It took me forever to read it. It is like really high level quantum physics. Um, what the heck was it called? Yeah, The Physics of Consciousness. You can find it on Amazon, and it says the book cover, it says the physics of consciousness in the quantum field, minerals, which is crystals, plants, which is essential oils, animals, and human souls. Oh my gosh, it took me almost a year to get through this book. I could only do bite-sized pieces. So I'm going to give you a little bite-sized piece of quantum field. It is complex to understand it, but that's where we manifest and that's where we want to try to connect. Okay. But this basic, it's not in your workbook, but it felt this morning I needed to add this. Okay. This is how fluid energy is and how fluid we are. We're water. Okay. And how working with crystals can move us into different levels of consciousness, different levels of awareness that are within this quantum field. So on the screen is one of the best depictions I can find of what the quantum field is. Imagine Earth is in the center. We're just surrounded. We're just surrounded. It goes through, it goes around, it is everywhere. It's all the particles and all the energy. And so we're surrounded by this quantum field that is unseen energy as well as matter, like particles. Scientists know that humans have a consciousness, but they have discovered that this field has a consciousness to it, an awareness to it. Conscious intention by us, along with our interpretation of what we are observing. It's called the observer effect. Conscious intention plus observing determines how we experience the quantum field. This is how you can have two people witness the same thing. Our frequency, our intention, and how we observe determines that we're probably going to see two different things. Okay? Everything exists in the quantum field, and simply The quantum field changes and adapts as energy changes, as frequency changes. So we're in this massive energy shift. The Earth is changing. We got solar flares. We got all this stuff going on. And the quantum field is adapting to that. Because energy is neither created nor destroyed, it just changes forms. Like sun hits a solar panel and becomes electricity, right? That is sun energy changing form. It's not created or destroyed. It's just always energy around us. Okay? So scientists have discovered that behind the electromagnetic forces of this quantum field is a consciousness that governs everything. People like to label it, whatever you want to call it. You can call it God, you can call it source, you can call it the quantum field, whatever you want, the creator, whatever you want to call it. But it is a consciousness that governs everything. Consciousness of the human mind that we have is but a fraction. It's a fractal. Remember we talked about fractals on day one? Our consciousness is a fractal of our soul, and our soul is a fractal of the overall consciousness of the quantum field. This is why, and I've said this since I can remember before I knew any of this. When a person or a pet passes away, you keep talking to them. They are still there. Their consciousness left the human body and went into the soul. Soul can be everywhere and anywhere. People talk about God being omnipresent. It can be God can be everywhere and anywhere. Angels can be everywhere and anywhere. So can the soul. So keep talking to them. They're literally there. They're in the next dimension. They just shed the physical body that's third dimensional. Okay. So the consciousness in our mind is a fractal of our soul, and our soul is a fractal of the overall consciousness of the quantum field. All the souls are in this quantum field. Consciousness attracts vibrations in the quantum field. So our consciousness, which is our intention and our frequency, matches to the quantum field. Okay, scientists have discovered this. This is not woo-woo, okay? Crystals affect, this was actually in the book. Crystals affect human consciousness to shift us into different frequencies to interact with the quantum field differently. And that's why when people say, I don't believe in this. Okay, it's not a freaking belief system. Okay, it's like, do you believe in gravity? It's not a belief system. It just is. It just is. When you say you don't believe it, you don't understand it. You don't understand it. And so Allie just has to zip it because you're ignorant and you claim that you have no belief system about it when you have no knowledge about it. So Allie just zips it and just doesn't say anything. But let me say that again. Crystals affect human consciousness to shift us into different frequencies to interact with the quantum field. And that's why when you start shifting your reality, and I say that in air quotes, your reality is simply your consciousness and you observing. That's reality, okay? And because humans are just starting to explore quantum physics and the quantum field, this is one reason of many why the energy shift is happening. Because we are exploring quantum physics, the quantum field is adapting, the earth is shifting, and then people shift. There's no beginning or end because energy is neither created nor destroyed. So the more people, this gets back to the Map of Consciousness book, the more people that learn about frequency and they start shifting, it shifts other people because you just changed your alignment with the quantum field. You're drawing down different energy. You're going to have a different reality, and that impacts other people. because we communicate in frequency. We are part of the animal kingdom, so are animals. Crystals are part of the mineral kingdom. Plants, like essential oils, are part of the plant kingdom. These three kingdoms communicate in frequency, and that frequency is sacred geometry. We have sacred geometry in us. Crystals have sacred geometry in them. Trees and plants and flowers have sacred geometry in them. And that's how they all communicate. And that is your short lesson on the quantum field. Any questions about that? You got to get this book. I mean, it is intense. It is intense.
I just looked it up. There's two of them, so I don't know which one. There's
Oh,
two.
this one's written by a guy named Ivan something.
Okay. There's an Ivan and an Evan. So I was like, maybe it's just pronounced or they because one's an I and one's an E.
Oh, last name is Antic, A-N-T-I-C.
Okay. Thank you. And
That's the one that I read. I don't know what the other one is.
yeah, no problem. And it's in a used,
That's
yeah,
what-
there's that one. And then there's another one that's like $6 at a used bookstore and it's yellow. So I'll look at
Okay.
that one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then the only comment I have is I want more. The quantum field, like if you ever teach a class on that, I have been fascinated by quantum physics, like just dabbling it for almost my whole life, dabbling, and not really having it intertwine. But
Mhm.
now it feels like it's intertwining, and now it's starting to. Maybe I'm just ready to hear it in a different way that I've heard it, but it used to always just be sciency, more. I don't know how to explain, but now it's like, oh wait, that's what they mean by transcending. Because I would read books on meditation. I'm like, what is transcendental meditate? I don't understand, or
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to get. And I was like 12 when I was reading that, and I was trying to understand it, and
Yeah.
or just I would always just being like, oh, just be the change you want to see in the world,
Mhm.
it's just those kinds of words.
Yeah.
But when you start to put it into the physics, I'm ready to hear more.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the science, like to mix it, I guess.
Yeah, and it's becoming so mainstream now. Like literally, I was on like I can't scroll Facebook and Instagram anymore. It's the dumbing down of humanity. I can't. I post because that's where a large number of my people are, and I want to keep elevating those platforms. I can't scroll. I just can't. Um, but I scroll TikTok because, oh my gosh, the advanced education on TikTok is crazy. Last night, literally found a video where MIT PhD professors are teaching. There's one course right now, but they're teaching a variety of courses. One course is called Spirituality Backed by Neuroscience. And how this guy is, I mean, there it is. MIT, spirituality backed by neuroscience. And everything that he's explaining, I mean, I literally commented and I said, this is exactly what I teach. Because he said, when you understand the science of everything that is labeled spiritual, it then explains all the spiritual definitions. And I'm like, this is literally what I teach in my crystal classes. When you understand the science, you understand the woo. It's like, and now I have been saying that for 10 plus years, and I found my first video where MIT is teaching this, that everything spiritual can be backtracked to science. Now, we don't need science. We don't need a double-blind peer-reviewed study to tell us that something works or is beneficial or whatever, but science has now caught up. And because people are learning this type of science, that is fueling this energy shift. We are at the beginning. I mean, the rockets are going to take off from this. This is the shift. We are literally at the beginning of it. Can you
It,
imagine what's going to come?
like, because like you were saying with the neuroscience, I started reading, and it's a little hard. Like you said, it's so um, I don't know. It just takes a lot to hear to absorb it. But it's
Yeah,
the mind magic
yeah,
by a neuroscience, like a neural surgeon, and
yeah,
he talks about the magic shop and all of this, how the mind manifests, and it was
yeah,
the neural science behind it. But then he's bringing in the other part of it where, and that's why I believe so strongly in the cleanliness of food and how it's changing even the shape of the brain
yeah,
with the children and how it's developing. But anyway,
yeah,
yeah, like it's amazing.
yeah. It's
It's
crazy.
it's funny because that's I think in the first class, I mentioned how like things that I've been interested in that seemed like complete different, distinct things like, oh, this is cool. Oh, this other thing is cool. These classes are tying these things together.
Hmm.
You know, the physics. I am not strong in math. I mean, I can do arithmetic and stuff, but I live with a math, physics, science geek, and the the quantum stuff has always been interesting. I've been reading, books on quantum science for
Hmm.
years,
Yeah,
and we make jokes around our house about, Schrodinger's this or that because all this stuff does in the world exist in two states at the same time. You
yeah,
just don't know which one until you look at it.
yeah.
Observation.
Hmm.
And so, we routinely make jokes about this around our house because I live with a sciencey guy. I read these books and I have to gloss the math. Like I am I it took me two tries to get through calculus with a passing grade. Um, so so we're not going there,
Yeah,
but even without the math, the physics theory is interesting and fascinating, and it ties into all of this.
hmm,
So it's fun now in this class and other stuff I've done with this group, like seeing all these pieces start linking up.
yeah, yeah. It all comes together. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, let's take a 5 minute break. And because we're getting crunched on time, we're just going to do one layout. So you don't not have to get crystals for all 14 of the chakras. All you really need, if you can get it before we come back, is if you have a double terminated quartz, if not a single terminated, but it's just quartz, like no amethyst, no citrine, no inclusions, just quartz, single or double terminated. Um, and then either a piece of hematite or a piece of magnetite if you happen to have that. But I know, Lisa, I sent you, a hematite. So just those two crystals. We're just going to do one body layout because I want to make sure we end on time, but we also need to talk about grids. So if you can come back in 5 minutes and we will start getting through the rest of this. All right, so simply for the sake of time, and I always email these anyway. I have videos for how to connect the newest sacred geometry formations that we talked about on day one. The Vesica Pisces, the multi-armed spiral, the infinite hexagram, and Metatron's cube. So I'm not going to show them here. Um, but you're going to get an email with a lot of information in it. And you just keep the email, just save it. It has links in it. I will send you how to activate those those grids. I'll show you the videos so that you understand how to do it. But when we're talking about advanced grids, and we are on page 106, this is going beyond what was in the first class, whether it was the basic class or the animal class. So, Rita, have you Have you built any grids?
I did grids with you um, in 2017 in
Okay.
Utica when you came out. I think it was at that time or 2019, somewhere
Okay.
in that time. And we did some pretty advanced grids. And then afterwards, I've been doing grids on my own, just gridding bodies or gridding um, like spaces sometimes, like when there was a tragedy, something like that. But I'm
Mhm.
not it. And then I did a grid before my surgery and before a friend's surgery.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll do grids with the full moon, but I don't know if I'm doing them right.
Okay.
I try to, I do a lot of intention, but
Okay. And I'm going to kind of talk through the process and then talk about what makes an advanced grid. Lisa, have you done any grids?
Other than when we did the first class, I at the moment I don't have a flat space in this and most of this house where I could leave a grid out, so I haven't really practiced with them. That's the plan, is to organize all of this stuff so that I can have a flat space to work on. Um, so I
Okay.
would like to.
All right. So yeah, and if you, and I'm going to talk about this at the end, if you want to pursue the certification, which I always recommend because it's a one-time 90-day window. Um, you have to create a grid of your own creation and have it going for at least 30 days. So it's not anything that you can delay on. Um, but it's really important to work with some basic grids. And what I mean by basic is you're working with no more than three different types of crystals. So maybe you have a grid that's just, um, maybe it's a heart healing grid. So you have rhodochrosite and prehnite. Then you amplify it with quartz. That's three crystals. That's it. Like it's a very simple intention. You pick the formation based on what is going to support your intention. And then it's not too many crystals. It's not intricate. It's really simple. Before you go to advance, you have to have some proficiency with that. Like you need to have a couple of wins under your belt. And that's why you don't pick anything too intricate. Like, I just want harmony in this space, or I want to build a grid to help me sleep better at night. Um, to have a more positive mindset, something that is simple, that is simple. Once you have that proficiency, then you can go on to advanced grids. So in your workbook, I've given you kind of the process, and a lot of this process also works for the basic grids because first you have to know what do you want, and it has to be precise. Okay, it has never worked, and it really doesn't work now to say, I want to be healthy. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. I want abundance. That doesn't mean anything. I want good habits. That doesn't mean anything. It's not precise enough. It's like going to Amazon and you type in the word book. Amazon doesn't know what you want. It doesn't even know what to pull up for you. So it's going to pull up 9.5 million book titles because it's like, I don't know what you want. So working with crystals helps you get laser precise on what do you want. If you say you want to be healthy, what does that mean? Because each grid is precise. It's not going to be, well, I want to be able to squat down and stand back up without grunting. I want to be able to get rid of lower back pain. I want to be of a certain weight. I want to remember things. That's four different grids. You don't pile all of that in a grid. It's too much. It's too much. So you got to get really precise on your intention. Based on that intention, you then figure out your sacred geometry pattern. So from the first class, we had Flower of Life, we had phi ratio, and we had the infinity symbol. Those are basic foundational, like still most of my grids to this day are Flower of Life. And then we added 4 more in this class. So based on your intention, you look at what the meaning is of these sacred geometry patterns and you pick your pattern. Then after that, you start selecting crystals. What are the crystals that are going to get to the root of what I want? Okay. Um, like I said, in a basic layout, and I can't give you a number, but you're at least creating 5 basic grids before you go to advanced work. Like you have to have a handful of wins under your belt where you're like, holy crap, this works. Once you then have that belief system because you've had some successes, then you can start expanding into advanced work. So basic is going to be no more than 3 crystals. When we're getting into advanced, grids are bigger, they're more intricate, and they're going to have more crystals. Also, an advanced technique is picking crystals of the same crystal system. From day 1, we talked about the 7 systems. So you pick all octahedrons and you work with that. Okay. When you're building advanced grids, you're using larger formations, you're using more crystals, you're adding in color, you're starting to layer energies. So you're focused on the color energy. You add more amplification points. You add what I call anchors, and I'm gonna show you anchors. Maybe you build 2 grids and connect them together because if you have a health related grid like I want to alleviate aches and pains, and maybe affiliated with that is I want to get moving more. Those are 2 different grids, but you can connect them together like what I have here on the screen. So you can take 2 different intentions, connect them, and you notice I connected them with a beta Morion because when I talked about betas yesterday, betas connect all the crystals together. So I have the beta in the middle, and every crystal in each of those layouts touched the beta before they went into the grid. That is a very advanced technique, okay? Um, if you're Reiki attuned, you can imprint the distant healing symbol onto the crystal that you use as the wand to activate it. You can actually draw Reiki symbols over the grid. You can add in copper pyramids. You can add oracle cards. You can add sound. You can add statues of angels and ascended masters. Okay, this is getting very advanced, but I would recommend going back to your first basic workbook, getting some basic wins under your belt, and then going from there. So on the screen, and this is all in your workbook. This is 2 grids. This is called Attract Energetic Tribe. Okay, and the one thing I want to say about the recipes that are in your workbook for grids as well as for body layouts, they worked for me. You can certainly try to replicate them, but that's not what I like to teach. Look at the framework. Look at my thought process. You're going to tweak it because you're not going to have the exact same intention that I have. But you can look at it like, ooh, I was doing this for business. And you may say, well, I want to do this for friends. That's a different intention. You're going to pick different crystals than I picked. But you can use it as a framework to understand the framework of the recipe and not copying exactly what I did. Okay. Now you can try to replicate exactly what I did, but the chances of success are not great. You need to create your own grid, but you can follow the templates that I have given you. So on this one, I used a Metatron's cube on the left. I connected everything to a Beta Morion, and you see I actually have two Lemurians sitting on top of it. I have a clear Lemurian, I have a red Lemurian, and then I have it's called Hedenbergite. This is a really bizarre rare crystal that I've been hooking up with my betas. So I had that there. And then on the right is a flower of life. And these both together took, because I had two different intentions, so I had to create two different grids, and I used two different formations, and I used very, very different crystals in each one, but I connected them together, and it was incredibly, incredibly powerful. So this is advanced, where you can connect grids, and they don't even need to be side by side. You could have them in different rooms, but you can connect them. It doesn't even have to be a beta that connects them. You could use your, I don't even have a quartz wand here. I need to go grab one. You could activate with a quartz wand and then touch the grid, and then you literally drag that energy to the second grid and you activate it. So you're like smearing the energies together based on the crystal that you're using to activate. Does that make sense? Okay. Anchors. This is an advanced technique. So you build your grid, but then the four corners of it, you anchor. You're literally latching it right to Earth. Bam. It's not floating up here in the quantum field. It's gone up there. But you have to anchor it in this reality. Okay. Can you build a grid without anchors? Absolutely. But when you anchor, what are you anchoring into? So this particular grid, it's in your workbooks, called Divine Goddess Empowerment. I actually built this in August 2021 when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, because all the women were just going to be put back into hiding, no schooling, no business. They got silenced. And I wanted to build a grid for empowering energy. And I anchored it with chrysocolla and quartz, which is all about speaking truth, because that's what I wanted to be anchored into this dimension, that they speak, their truth. So those were the crystals that I had anchoring. Now, when you're building a grid, you always start with what I call the center of it. In the Flower of Life, in Metatron's cube like this, even the infinite hexagram, it's easy to find the center. You know, when you're using the golden phi ratio, it's the beginning that is the center. Always view a grid like you are knocking down dominoes. You start with the center. I almost always use clear quartz because it's just going to amplify the whole grid. What is the first energy that needs to be knocked down like a domino in order for this grid to take traction? So this grid was all about the divine feminine, which we're in because we're in the age of Aquarius. So that center crystal is a master Isis. That is the divine feminine master quartz. So of course that's going to be the heartbeat of it. What is the next energy? We're knocking down a domino. What has to happen to empower not just the women in Afghanistan, but all women as part of this energy shift? Because the control masculine is literally trying to kill women. Literally trying to kill women. How do we rise up in strength to stop that from happening? Well, Rhodochrosite was my next crystal for the rise of self-love. If women do not love themselves and find their own self-worth and confidence, you can forget about any sort of rise up of empowerment. It starts from within. That's the first domino we gotta hit. Okay. What's the next domino? I picked Moonstone. Moonstone is a goddess crystal. It is all about change. It is all about rebirthing because the divine feminine was in power at one point, and then the divine feminine was destroyed. We are rebirthing it. Okay? Great crystal. Moonstone. All right, what's the next domino that we need to knock down? I have alternating prehnite with kunzite. Prehnite is about, there's a lot of fear out there. We can't face it with fear and anxiety. We have to face it with love. Love is the antidote to fear. And that comes from inner knowing. That's prehnite. I alternated it with kunzite. Kunzite comes from Afghanistan. So that was a particular hit for that area. But it awakens all of this feminine energy that has been shut down for thousands and thousands of years, and it's very protective as we wake up. And then I anchored it in speaking truth. But you see how the domino effect happens? This is how we have to think about grids. Because the energy starts at the center and moves out. Or if it's the phi ratio, it starts at the center and it scrolls out, right? You have to follow the natural flow of how each formation goes and figure out the order of the crystal. You're literally getting into being like an energetic detective. If you could command what needs to happen, what's the order that you want things to go in? And that's what I do. Wave your magic wand, wave your scepter. What are the action steps? That's your domino effect. Okay? All right. Here's other anchors. So I actually still have this grid going because I lost my dad. It's coming on 2 years. It was very unexpected. We had just lost my mom. I was not ready for it. He was not ready for it. It was incredibly hard. I had to do all the estate work myself, and I was angry, and I was in lack of accepting what was happening. Um, so I created this grid. Grief has multiple phases. I put my oily crystal grief protocol in the Sacred Shift portal because there's 8 phases of grief, and the one that people don't talk about is unacceptance, and the other one is being numb. And those were my two big ones. So I built this grid, and I still have this grid going, and it's on my nightstand. And the anchors that I chose, I love Thulite. Oh my gosh, do I love Thulite. I can't wait to get more when I'm in Tucson. That's been in my pocket every day since my dad had his first symptom. And then 11 weeks later, he was gone. That was in my pocket. That is a warm blanket hug crystal. You see, my Brandberg is an anchor. Black Moonstone, very grounding and nurturing. That's an anchor because I was losing the foundation of my family that had been in my life ever since the beginning of my life. I needed that Black Moonstone to anchor me. And then Pink Lemurian I had in there. So those were my anchors. Those anchors have very, very specific meaning to me. And yes, I built the grid, with pink Himalayan in the center. That's heart healing. Moonstone is nurturing. I needed nurturing through the process. Angelite helped with the anger and the grief. The pink Nirvana, deep heart healing. But I anchored it specifically in the Thulite, Brandberg, Black Moonstone, pink Lemurian energy. Bam! That's what I needed here. Okay. So that's how you can use anchors. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Um, you can build multiple grids, and if you don't have a Beta Morion, you can use double terminated to connect them. So in this one, this is under Mindset Reset, and I have black Tibetan quartz, naturally double terminated, connecting two very different grids. I mean, I've got the infinite hexagram connected to a Vesica Pisces grid. Um, so you can see, I've told you the grid on the left is about I don't have this going anymore. This was very effective. I'll tell you, it was scary effective. But the grid on the left, the intention was removing limiting beliefs and some very specific negative mindset about running my own healing business. I don't personally know any healing or wellness business owner that can pay their own bills and they're six figures. I don't know anybody. I had to shake that limiting belief that you can't do this. And it was very, very effective. And then it connected to the grid on the right that after those limiting beliefs were eliminated, you got to fill it with something. So I had to fill it with a mindset of course I can create a six-figure business. Why not? Why not? If Joe Brown down the street, who just graduated from chiropractic school, can do it, why is this any different? Why is shifting the mindset of it? So these very, very different intentions, but they had to work together. I had to put them together. That's a very advanced technique. All right, here's the Beta Morion, which I talked about, where you're blending Beta Morion energy with celestial energy with Lemurian energy. So this is my bowling ball size Beta Morion. You can see the celestials on it. I lay the Lemurian right on top of it. And if you want to really take this vortex grid where you're in a good space, you know what you want, and you're like, go get it. It's like a dog where you've thrown the bone or you've thrown the ball and you're like, go get it. Bring it back to me. That's what this does. Now I add a master dowel. That's what's on the bottom. This is a huge master dowel. It's 12 inches long. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I connect that to it because the dowels are channelers and transmitters. So it's constantly channeling okay, you got this. What's the next? What's the next thing I need? Channel it, transmit it. Beta and Lemurian, go get it. Bring it to me. Okay, now that I got it, channel the next thing. Okay, let's transmit it. Okay, I got it back. Beta, go get it. Bring it back to me. It's a never-ending game of literally throwing the bone, and the dog keeps coming back and bringing it back, and I throw it again, and it brings it back. This is powerful to work with. Okay, so that's in your grid recipes under Vortex Grid. All right, this one was insane. I don't even know if I can effectively describe this. So last fall, Hurricane Milton did horrible things. I mean, it went up into North Carolina. Asheville is still destroyed. I mean, it is unbelievable how destructive it was. Um, when, okay, where is this this is in your workbook somewhere. Where did I put it? Is this in your workbook? Maybe I didn't print it. I hope it's in your workbook somewhere. There was a group of us on on TikTok. There's other healer, spiritual channeler people that I connect with and communicate with, and we all did different things. But what we did through our collective different methods, we went into the eye of the hurricane as it was approaching the panhandle of Florida, and our goal was to destroy it. Actually, this was not the one that went into North Carolina, was it? No, this one actually, that was a different one. This is not the one that destroyed up in North Carolina. That was bizarre. This one was coming from the west. It was getting ready to hit the panhandle. And as it was approaching the coast, it was a category 5. So we started doing collectively all of our different methods about, I don't even think we were 24 hours out. We may have been more like 12 or 18 hours out of it making landfall. And it was category 5. And it was projected to go through to the other side of Florida and remain a category 5. What I did, I printed out a the live photo of where it was in that moment, and I built the grid over it. And what we did, we busted up the eye. We broke the vortex that it was spinning around, and it worked. We all freaked out. Like the next day, we're all on this TikTok chat, and we're like, "Holy crap! It worked! It hit landfall as like a category 2, and by the time it got to the other side of Florida, it was barely a category 1." It's like, holy crap! That doesn't happen. That's not a natural phenomenon. It gains strength until it hits land. We broke it before it hit. Okay, so I don't know how to explain it other than it absolutely worked. Okay, so we were in the quantum field and it was all different types of energies, but that was my grid. And then this was a grid I asked a lot of people to contribute their grids to it. I built this worldwide protective grid because I had a very scary image come to me literally on January 1st, and it really unnerved me. It was not, it was bad. It was bad. And I knew it was going to hit in March. I knew March was going to be chaotic. I had people build a protection grid. You don't need to know what I saw. Build a protection grid. I printed off all the photos. In fact, I still have them. I still have all the photos. I had 21 people build a grid. And I put it underneath, and then that's the grid that I built. So that's in your workbook. But every crystal, again, domino effect of what I did. That is a very, very intense grid. I have since rebuilt it. I didn't put everybody's grids underneath it. I tweaked it a little bit, but I still have a world protection grid going. And generally, I have a world protection or a world healing grid going. So I have multiple grids, and that's usually one where I'm doing something for some event. Could be forest fires, it could be a hurricane, it could be, we got batshit crazy people that could literally do something crazy. We need to stop that. So I always usually have one of these going every day. All right. Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. So these grids are there for you to look at I try to help you understand my thinking, but I want you to always think about it like a domino effect. Okay? And hold on, I hear like a scratching noise. Oh my gosh, Rudy, oh my gosh. Don't ask me, how did you get at the guest bathroom? How did you get in the guest bathroom? He was clawing at the door. That just scared the crap out of me. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. Rudy, I'm glad you're okay. Oh my gosh. All right. Just play with grids. Grids are where the power happens. When we meditate with a crystal or have a crystal in a space, it's working on us. But if you want to manifest, that's when you work with grids. Grids are manifesting. 100% pure and simple. You are manifesting something. If you're not making grids, you're not utilizing crystals for manifesting. This is where the aha moments are going to freak you out in a really good way. So I encourage you, make grids. You can't screw it up. It either works or it doesn't. You're not going to put out like some demonic energy. That doesn't happen. It either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, after 2 weeks, go back to the drawing board. You got to rethink it. You got to get really precise. Like you're creating a computer program. It either works or it doesn't, because it is a computer program with crystals. I'm still building grids since I moved, but I have one in here for business. I've got the big world protection out in this family room. I've got one upstairs in my bedroom. I've got one in progress that's going to be in my four-season room. I usually have anywhere from 4 to 7 grids going in my house at any time. So I encourage you in the next week, build one. Build one. Because the only way you're going to feel comfortable is if you do it. And as soon as you have a result and an aha moment, you will be hooked and you will forever have grids in your house.
Quick question, Allie. So after we create it, when we're ending a grid, I vaguely remember this from the first class, but it's been so long. Basically, we open it back up, like opposite of the way we create it or close it, I guess.
No, you don't have to do that
We
unless
don't do
you want.
anything.
If you like the ceremony of it, you don't have to do anything with a wand. You can just take the crystals off in reverse order.
Okay.
I don't do that. I literally take the cloth and I'm not into the ceremony of undoing it.
Okay.
But if you are, people love the ceremony. You do whatever you want, but you don't need a wand. You're not
Okay.
undoing the energy. As soon as the crystals move out of place, it's done. It's done.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're having trouble finding a flat space, you can literally use the top of a bookshelf. Like not the actual top that a cat can jump onto, the next shelf. You can use that. You can use any shelf. I mean, I've got a grid right here in a bookshelf. There's lots of places.
Yeah, you haven't seen my study. There are unfortunately not, other than the floor itself. But yeah, I'll be working on that when we're done with class today, getting everything put away where it belongs, and then that will clear up the space I need.
Yeah. And I have one person who took, a big piece of like wood or plywood. She built her grids on that and she slides them underneath couches. I don't know how she's not moving the crystals, but she's like, they're in place. She could actually stick them down with silly putty now that I'm thinking about it. I know one she put up, there's like this ledge like between two levels and she stuck it up there. I mean, there's just all sorts of creative ways. So
that's actually a great idea. I have this tray in my family room. It just kind of collects crap right now, but I think using that might actually be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so just I encourage you to do this. I mean, it is part of the certification. You have to create a grid from scratch. You can't use any of my recipes. It's got to be from scratch. It'll be hard to create a grid for certification unless you've created other grids. Like you need to feel some confidence, like you need a win. You need a win under your belt, and then you're going to say, "Oh my gosh, okay, now I can do this." So, start immediately creating grids. That's where the magic of crystals happen, and it will really solidify how sacred geometry works, how the quantum field works, how color energy works, how it all comes together. Okay. All right. We're going to go on to doing advanced body layouts. And again, just like with the grids, if you haven't done some basic body layouts, like a basic 7 chakra layout, I wouldn't dive right into these. This could blow the circuits in your energy field. Um, when we are doing advanced body layouts, we don't have to, but usually we're working with the 14 chakras because we added more in this class. So you're focused on them. We're putting crystals in the energy field, knowing that each of these layers means something. Okay, so crystals on, like you could be laying on the floor on a yoga mat, you got crystals 6 feet off the body, working in those energy fields. You're adding more crystals because you can handle it, because you've done basic work, you've built the frequency of your body to handle more. And working with really laser clear intentions. Now, just like with a grid, where we're getting to the root of what is it that I really want to have happen, and then what are all the dominoes that I need to knock down? What are the action steps that I need? When we're doing body work, this is for us, or if you're working on somebody, it's for them. You're going to have to play medical detective because usually it's something physical, or maybe it is something emotional. Emotions turn physical. I don't think I put this in your workbook. If you want to take a screenshot of it, you can. You're going to get the recording to this. Emotions store in very specific parts of the body. So if you are doing a body layout to resolve an emotion, you also need to think about where it is storing in the body, because maybe you're going to put more crystals there, or you're going to use amplification points with more quartz. So if you have a lot of anger, yeah, you can lay all the calming, cooling crystals all on your body and out in the energy field. But anger stores in the liver and gallbladder. So that's on the right side of the body. And maybe you're going to pile the crystals there. Okay, you see how that works? Or the reverse, physically, low back aches and pains. That's not just back issues, that's kidneys, that's fear. Low back pain is fear. Okay, mid back pain, that's around the solar plexus. So that's usually money, empowerment, stressed out, just disempowerment. Upper back issues is usually heart chakra related, or difficulty embracing life. Like you can't embrace, it's like, ow, 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 that hurts. So you start breaking down the body to figure out what is this body part's emotion. And then you can start building a body layout. And it's very much like building a grid. I mean, you got to get down to what is it exactly that I want. Can't do a lot of different things. So let me talk you through, and I'm going to have you do one layout. But this layout is called the Advanced Transpersonal Chakra Layout, and that is in your workbook. This is not for a newbie. at all. Don't do this on a friend where, hey, I just learned this new technique. Can I do it on you? They will get fried. It's too much of a good thing. You all can do this on yourself. Absolutely. And I recommend in the next 7 days, by next Sunday, you do this. You do this on yourself and then email me how you felt. This is especially if any of these newer chakras have not activated. You start laying in this grid, it will put you into the frequency where then you do the things that then allow these to start opening and activating. So just laying in the grid isn't going to activate it. It's going to activate you to do the things. Okay. So I've given you there's a lot of different crystals that you can use. Focus on mainly the color of the chakra and the color of the crystal. And you probably only need to lay in this for 10 minutes. You can lay in it as long as you want. 10 minutes is usually enough. Okay, so just kind of play with it and test it and focus on how you feel. Focus on the thoughts that come into your head. Is your body twitching? Because those are energy releases. And just really go within and just focus on what does this feel like? Do certain areas of the body feel tight or tense? Do the crystals feel heavy? You do not have to lay these crystals on your body. You can lay them off the body. So for the solar plexus, you could have 2 yellow golden crystals, one on either side of the stomach. Because a lot of times when we lay crystals on us, they just slide right off. So let's get into the energy field. You could have a crystal, and let's just focus on 4 areas, layers of the energy field. We got the physical layer, the emotional layer, the mental layer, the spiritual layer. Imagine for every chakra, you have 4 crystals going out from the body. So basically, 8 solar plexus crystals, 4 on this side, 1 for each energy field, 4 on this side, 1 for each energy field. That is advanced. I wouldn't start with that. I'd start with 1 crystal, but that's advanced. You see how this builds? This becomes art. You are engaging in energetic art based on what you need. Not any prescription or recipe that I've given you. You take the foundation of it and you make it your own. Also in your workbook, I don't even know what page we are on, 120. This advanced energy clearing technique this is something new that I've added to this class. This is really, really cool to do. You're going to play solfeggio music like on YouTube or on your phone. You're going to have crystals at your earth, foot, and root chakra right between your feet. You surround your chair with 6 grounding crystals of your choice. Choose 1 crystal from the crystal to clear the energy field. That's on page 61. And you start sweeping the energy field, like all the way from the earth, all the way up to the stellar gateway, all the way out here. And then one at a time, you pick 1 crystal for each chakra. You hold it at the chakra location and you just visualize the chakra opening, releasing anything that's discordant and not in harmony, cleansing it, energizing it. You know, each chakra, you can make it as long or as short as you want, usually about a minute per chakra. And you can do it seated. You don't have to lay down to do it. So that is one that I would recommend trying. I think it's just a really, really neat technique to do. Oh, these are just more crystals of more photos of the advanced, black tourmaline. I've got magnetite, amplified it with clear quartz. That's all shooting right up into the body. This is an advanced technique. This was an empowerment grid that I did for my friend Julie. So it was connecting solar plexus with tangerine quartz, with malachite that was amplified at the solar plexus, and then put in rhodochrosite to soften it, some pink tourmaline, kunzite. So see how you can literally build a grid right on the body. This is advanced technique. This is at the crown, getting the causal, the soul star, and the stellar gateway. So this is all listed in your workbook under that transpersonal chakra layout. But see how it goes off the body? It went about 4 feet off the body. So, and that was what I did for my certification. I have a life-size flower of life. So it's just fun. And so I gridded the flower of life. I don't know if you can see, there's crystals at all the intersections on the flower of life. And then I laid Elizabeth in it, and then I gridded her. So that's what I did for my certification. My teacher was so impressed with that. Um, she doesn't teach anymore. She's retired, but I let her use this in her class. I'm like, sure, why not? It's fun technique, but I had to blend energies, and that's what I did at the time. Um, okay. So, before we get to crystal business and the certifications, I want to put you guys in a really simple layout. Are you all in a place where you can lay down comfortably for like 5 minutes? Okay. Here's what you're going to do, and this is in your workbook under light column activation. So this is your chakra column activation. Yes, we can put crystals on all the chakras, or you can just do this. We're going to create the battery effect. The earth has an iron core crystal and a silica crust that keeps it balanced. We have iron in our body and silica in our body. That keeps us balanced. What you're going to do is you're going to lay down. You're going to put either magnetite or hematite between your feet. So that's going to be touching the earth chakra, the feet chakra, and the root chakra. And then you're going to put a quartz right at your crown. If it's double terminated, that's best. If it's single terminated, you're going to have the point going in. We're creating a battery with the negative polarity and the positive polarity, and it is fast how it balances your chakra. But before you lay in it, I just want you to pendulum test the 7 primary chakras right now. So root, sacral, solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown. Just test those. And then when you're ready, you can turn off your camera, and that's when I know that you're ready to lay down. And then I'm just going to do a 5-minute timer. You don't even need 5 minutes, but we're going to do a 5-minute timer. And I want you to pay attention to how you feel in this really super simple layout. And then when you're done retesting the chakras, just you can unmute yourself and let me know if there was a change.
Yeah. There definitely was a change. My solar plexus was what kept coming up, needs work, but it didn't, it still needs work. It changed, it seems like it shifted, it went from no movement to some movement, but it's telling me I definitely still need more work in the solar plexus area. And interestingly, in my inventory of crystals, I don't have any yellow crystals.
Well, gee, I have one going up for sale tonight.
Yay. Well, that's exciting.
It, it's amber. It's amber color.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it was just interesting to me when I was inventory, when you were saying to grab the masters, and I was looking and I was like, wow, I have so many hard ones and I have so many sacral, like, lower root and a ton of, up in this area. And when I was testing the stellar and the zeal and all that, that's all open, but that's not good if I don't have my solar. Well, I shouldn't say that it's not good. That's just where my work. I
Yeah.
need to I need to put power back into the
Hmm.
solar plexus so I can drive this area and be open to do it.
Hmm.
Like, which will am I working in?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So mine were they were open um, when I tested before, but they were more vigorously, like the response I was getting from the pendulum testing was like much more vigorous. Um, what I tested after, like, yeah, they're open before, but now they're like flowing.
Okay, good. So yeah, so that's in your workbook under light column activation, and that's replicating since we are a fractal of the earth. That is replicating the battery technique. When you need a quick, energizing, let's align the light column, the chakra column, let's open it, flush it, clear it, get it going. You can lay in this for like 1 minute. It is super fast. It is important if you're traveling, especially air travel, that you do this before you go to bed in, whatever hotel you're in. These two crystals are easy to carry. Okay? You have to do it after air travel. Air travel messes up the chakras. Even if you're just driving to another location, it is disruptive. This is an easy thing to do. Okay? So that is in your workbook. I just want to mention a couple of others, and I know I'm kind of going a little fast through the grids and the body layouts, but we're running out of time. That's the beauty of having a workbook that is growing in number every every class. You can just read through these and see if any of these resonate with you. But I would also look at the Lightworker layout. Oh my gosh, I love this layout so much. It's just basically Herkimer diamonds on your chakras. I mean, if you only have 3 or 4 Herkimer diamonds, just pick whatever chakra you want to lay them on, and then put either a magnetite, a hematite, like a real iron-based crystal at your earth chakra and just lay in it. Oh my gosh, it is really quite powerful. Um, oh, Rudy, honey, your claws kind of hurt. So here, we're gonna move you. Um, the next one that I want to mention is Well, the parallel work layout is interesting. You can read that. The one after that, the pineal gland circadian rhythm reset, is really good to do if you have trouble sleeping. Your circadian rhythm needs to be reset, and that freakishly works. I did that as part of my certification and literally heard the calcification over my pineal gland go. I mean, I heard that in my head, and it's like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. So, so all of that is written there for you. But the one that I want to talk through is the polarity reversal layout. This, there's a lot of people who have reversed poles. Okay. I was one of those. I should actually retest this and see if my poles are reversed. But you know you have polarity reversal when, and I've listed the symptoms. Okay. And it could just simply be everything is going wrong in my life. Like nothing is right. Okay. That could be a polarity reversal. You're literally like the hangman in the tarot card. You're hanging upside down. It's like you just have a view of everything differently. But it also comes through in autoimmune, allergies, chronic fatigue, where you're doing what you know to do or what you're being told to do, and nothing's working. Okay. Polarity reversal. Okay. You got to flip that. And so I've given you what you do, but basically, you want to do what's called the obsidian arrowhead layout. You need 5 obsidian arrowheads. You can usually find these in most crystal stores. So the obsidian is carved to look like an arrowhead. You need 5 of them, and you got where to lay them on your body. But when you're laying in this layout, no more than 15 minutes, you have to play shamanic drumming or shamanic rattling music. So if you don't have anybody with you that can do it, get on your phone, pull up YouTube, and type in shamanic drumming music. There has to be that repetitive drumming. Okay, we're getting into sound frequency. You lay in it for 15 minutes, and then at the end, you do what's called tiller hands. Okay, tiller hands, it's listed right above it, where you take your left hand, you put it at your zeal chakra, the base of your skull. You take your right hand, you put it at the base of your spine. And this is a recharging of your battery technique. Now, you can also do this on animals that are having chronic health issues and nothing is working. This is a fascinating thing to do. Now, if you don't have, like, if you don't suspect that you have polarity reversal, don't do this. Probably not going to feel very good. Okay, don't do this. When I did it, I felt like it was in that carnival ride where you're kind of in a wheel and you're holding on and they tilt you. That's what it felt like. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy, and it was the coolest thing and so weird at the same time. So these are very advanced techniques that you can work with. So if you ever have any questions, just let me know. All right, so in our final 20 minutes, I want to just talk about a couple of other things. So if you ever want to add crystals to your business, I'm not going to read this. It's in your workbook. This is the outline of how to set up your business, kind of the ethical boundaries to have. Just like how we talk about essential oils, I don't talk about crystals to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Even though crystals are not regulated, like the FDA regulates essential oils in what we can talk about. There's no regulation of crystals, but I was trained in a very practical, logical, science-based manner. That's how I have run my business. So you going forward can say the same thing, that you have been trained, and I think I even give you language, like if you want to put it in a brochure, that yeah, it's kind of at the end of the section. um, that you have been trained in to recognize crystals are powerful energetic tools. You've been trained in a secure, sensible manner. You have an understanding of the human electromagnetic field, how crystals interact with it, blah, blah, blah. That is very powerful language to use. Now, one thing that I do want to mention, if you want to, because with or without a certification, you can work on people. You can charge money. There's a lot of crystal healers who have no certifications and they charge money. If you're going to work on other people, you need professional liability insurance. So in your resource work pages, somewhere in here at the end of your workbook, I recommend, where is it? I recommend it's literally on the last page of the resource page. It's called handsontrade.com. And I think it's $165 a year. And it is the highest professional liability coverage you can get. And it's 165 bucks a year. I know a lot of insurance agents, and when I have them quote me, they're coming back like $1,000, $1,500. It's like, nope. Hands-on trade only insures people who do hands-on work. So whether it's yoga, Reiki, skincare, esthetician, Pilates, Reiki, crystals, animal work, 165 bucks a year, you can't beat that. I highly recommend it. But if you're not going to have a business, if you're not going to charge money, then you don't need it. So those are the big things that I wanted to bring to your attention there. And then I want to talk about the certification. So, Rita, even though you are retaking this class, if I have my records correctly, you didn't go through the certification last time, correct? Okay. So for both of you, you have 90 days from tomorrow. So November, December, January, February. February 10th. If you wish to pursue the certification, which I really, really hope you do, even if you're like, I'm never going to start a business, I'm never going to do anything, this is going to strengthen your knowledge. It's going to reinforce what you learned. It's going to make you go back and do things. This is for you. Please do this. Please do this. You have 90 days. And it is a hard 90 days. The only way that I budge on that 90 days, and this is basically a COVID provision, if for 60 of those 90 days you are literally out of commission, you're in the hospital, you're on a ventilator, maybe you had a car accident and you're in rehab, you don't have your crystals with you. You're taking care of a family member. You're not even at home. You're in Oklahoma. You don't have your crystals with you. If that's for a full, like 60 days out of the 90 days, I absolutely will give you an extension because that is beyond your control and there's nothing that you could have done. Short of that, this is a hard 90 days. And I'll just remind you, I'm a former prosecutor. I don't budge. Okay. I don't budge. I've ever since COVID, this has been an issue for people. Pre-COVID, I mean, I have done certifications since 2014. So for about 7 years, nobody blew a deadline. Nobody even came close to blowing a deadline. Since COVID, everyone is literally coming so close to blowing the deadline, almost everyone. So do not delay. Do not delay on this. And please don't wait until the last day. I had somebody a year ago, she submitted at 11:30 p.m. on the last day. Here's the thing, if I review your information and you're missing something, you just timed out. I will review it within 24 hours. I was asleep. I woke up the next morning, I reviewed it. She replicated a body layout that was in the manual. That's a no. She replicated a grid that was in the manual. That's a no. You have to have 30 days to run a grid to see if it's even going to work. She didn't pass. This certification actually means something. Like my name is behind it. And if anybody ever questions or comes back to me and says, oh, I had a crystal healing session with Bonnie Lou, and Bonnie Lou messed up my energy field and did all of this stuff, I can go back and look and say, I'm sorry, she is highly trained in what she did. And maybe what happened, you're dislodging energy. This is a good thing, better out than in. So it's like I can have that conversation. Somebody who doesn't do the credentialed work, I'm not going to certify. I'm not. Because then I can't defend you. I've never had anybody come back and say, you certified this person. But it could happen. Because believe me, there's a lot of people that I have gone to over the years that I want to go to who certified them to say, are you crazy? This, this person should not be doing energy work. You need to retract that certification. It's my way of bringing legitimacy to the field. So, with that said, do not delay. Do not delay. Don't wait until the last day to submit. Because if I have to send you back to do homework, if it's anything other than a grid, you're going to want a couple of days. You're going to want a couple of days. Do not wait till the last day. Almost everybody waits till the last day. Just don't. Trust me, don't. I'm sending back easily 50% of the submissions. I'm sending back. I need more information. I need a better explanation. I need you to explain this. Okay. So you both are eligible for, in your workbook, it's called the Certified Crystal Healer. And you have until I'm going to send you an email with all of this. I'm even going to send you a link that goes through everything that you have to do. You submit everything in one email. Do not piecemeal it because something's going to get lost. One email. The only thing that doesn't come in the email is the quiz. I would recommend within the next 7 days, read through this workbook, start to finish. Then go take the online exam. No one has ever come close to even failing the online exam. It's super easy. It's open book. Well, and at least for this class, you have a PDF. There's a search feature in the PDF. Okay. It's open book. It's not timed. Once you start it, you can't save it. Once you start, you're in it. Get in and get it done. You have 2 opportunities and the highest score wins. You only need 75%. Everybody passes. Don't panic. It is no big deal. All right, that's the first one. You have to create a body layout of your own creation. Okay? You have to show me that you know what a body layout means. You got to do this on another person. Okay, it's all going to be explained in the email. You got to take a picture. You have to explain to me what they want. You have to interview them. What do you want? What do you want this layout to do? And then you come up with the recipe. You do the layout. You take a picture of them. And then you have to ask them a couple days later, how do you feel? Okay, it's basically like having a client. Then you have to create a grid from scratch. Not the simplest grid, doesn't have to be the most complex grid, but you need to show me that you understand what a grid is. Okay, so you're creating a grid from scratch. You need minimum 30 days for the grid to be active. And remember, when you create a grid, you spend time with it every day. You could just literally look at it, connect with it. That could take 10 seconds. You could meditate in front of it, but you have to connect with it every day. You need at least 30 days of an active grid. Okay. That's why you start now, because if you start a grid and you're like, ooh, nothing's happened, you have time. You have time. Time is built in if you don't delay. People who delay, that's not who I'm going to certify. Okay. So, let's see what else. Oh, and then there's like an ethics form you sign, and you're just going to email this all in one email to me. Let me know that you just took the quiz. I'll go in and I'll look and see that it's done. Okay? You got 90 days. All right. Now, beyond that, if you ever take the animal class, since you've already taken advanced, after the animal class, that could unlock another certification for you, and you have 90 days. And then that's certified animal crystal healer. Okay? But that's only if you take the animal class. You don't have to. Now, if you decide to have a business and you want to incorporate crystals, not just have crystals in the space, but like you're a yoga teacher and everybody has crystals at the head and at the feet, or you're a veterinarian and you have a crystal grid and you have crystals laid out specifically, or you're doing energy work and you're doing crystal body layouts, like you're using them. You can apply to be an advanced crystal healer, but you have to apply. You have to tell me, this is what I'm going to do. This is my business. You have to have a business. You have to have, corporation. That's all written out there. There's no deadline on that. As long as I'm in business, if you get to that point, you can pursue that. Okay. All right. Any questions about the certifications? Okay. All right. The last thing in your workbook, I've given you a page of trademark name confusion. That's always joyful to read. So, um, just be on the lookout when you're shopping. You're going to start seeing this a lot more. You're going to be looking for master features. You're going to be looking for advanced features that are unnamed. You're going to be looking for this sort of crap in these names. And oh, so Rita, I looked up money agate and it's just bloodstone from India. That's it. So they could call it Indonesian bloodstone.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't hesitate to Google and don't hesitate to ask them questions. Like, what else could this be called? Like, what's the mineralogical name? It's going to be eye-opening when you do that. I've also given you a page after that called Additional Mineral Meanings. And I get this question a lot. Allie, what if I copper wrap a crystal and wear it as a necklace? What does the copper do? I've given you the energy of the copper, of what it does. I've given you lots of different minerals and what they can do. Not that you're necessarily going to wrap something with carbon or manganese, but it gives you additional meaning so that when a crystal has manganese in it, which tends to turn it a little pink, that's all about heart and bones and inflammation. So you can look at it and say, oh, now I know. So that's for you. I am going to email you a separate document that has all the basic and advanced crystal healing resources in one document with clickable links because there's videos in there. If any of the links don't work, please let me know. I mean, I go through and I check them, but something could have changed in the last couple of weeks. So let me know if any don't work. And then after that, I've given you a crystal grid template page because like I keep a template. I have a template right now of grids that are in action because I don't share them with in this class or in any of the classes until I've had results. Doesn't mean anybody else is going to have results, but at least I need to be able to say, this is what I did. This was my recipe and it worked. So now you take it as a template and tweak it for what you want it to be. You can just print this over and over and over again. Every time you create a grid, write it down so that you remember, oh, that was my intention. That's why I picked that crystal. And then you've got the additional sacred geometry formations printed in the back. All right, literally with 4 minutes to spare. um, I've asked you a lot if you have questions, but is there anything else that you need to know right now, and you can always email me or you can bring it up in the crystal cluster. You can bring questions there too.
Nope. I'm excited to start trying all this stuff out.
Yay.
Yeah, I feel the same. It's like every time there's new eyes, each time I dig into it, it's like, wow, new eyes, new eyes. So I'm excited. I think Lisa, you said it earlier, like I just want to go to every crystal store again and just start looking.
Yeah.
Even I was at a Cinco de Mayo festival and they had tables with like perfumes and ponchos and like all this stuff, but then there was one table with crystals. And
Mhm.
I just went in there and I bought one. I was so drawn to it. And going through this class, now it makes sense. It was the abundance cluster.
There you go.
And I know that it was I took it more just to just grab get the crystal.
Mhm.
Um, they couldn't tell me where it was from. They couldn't even tell me what crystal it was. They just were like, "Oh, these are crystals," and I most of them did not speak English either. But it was just fun, and now I can look at that later and go, "Wow, out of all those crystals, I grabbed that one.
Yeah.
How interesting."
Yeah. Yeah, and if it helps to understand the formations until you really have them locked into, muscle memory, I literally made a little business card size cheat sheet and I would take that with me crystal shopping. I didn't want anything big to make it obvious, that, I didn't really know what I was doing back then. I just had a little slip of paper that I kept in my wallet and I would look at it beforehand. And then as I'm looking at crystals, it's like, wait, I think I remember something was seven-sided with a triangle on the back. Oh yeah, that was a channeler. Oh, I just found a channeler. And
That's
and then
that's
give
how
it
I
time.
that's how I run meetings. I have to, okay, motion. Now we have a second. And any like I have to have like little
Yep.
notes on the top of my meeting agendas to remind me of the steps so I don't miss
Yep.
anything. So I make those little cheat sheets all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So do that with the masters and the advanced traits and then after a while it'll just be muscle memory. You're just gonna know. There was a store in Lansing. She never really has a lot of crystals. Lisa, it's the Triple Goddess
Yes.
bookstore. I've been friends with Dawn for like 30 years. Um,
Hmm.
I would go in and she'd have like, I don't know, maybe like 20 or 30 quartz points. And I'm like, you want me to do some master identification? She's like, sure, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm like, you can charge more money. So I'm gonna write this down and categorize it and and then you just decide what you want, but you have to be able to explain to people what they do. And so several times I went in and I'm like, oh my gosh, you have like Dows in here? And she had students who had knowledge of the masters and they're like, there's a Dow. I'm like, right here. And she's like, well, I'm not going to change the price. And I'm like, you can because this knowledge is information. You're literally helping people understand. This isn't your everyday quartz. Okay. So you can. I mean, if you want to tack on another $5, you can do that. You can do whatever you want. But
I I think that might be where I got that first quartz crystal. This is
oh yeah,
like
yeah.
when I first went to state. Um, I think I went in. Since then, it's like moved a couple of times. Now it's in a bookstore
Yeah.
with that a friend of mine owns that I went to school with.
Oh, you know
Uh,
Scott?
oh yeah!
Oh yeah,
Oh heck
Scott.
yeah!
Yes, Scott Harrison. I go way back. We did animal advocacy work
Yes,
together.
yes. Yep. We went to Michigan State together,
Mhm.
and he's been active in that since back then. He was
Yeah.
like one of the first people I ever knew that went vegan.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, that's not my thing, but I love you anyway, Scott.
Yeah, yeah. So Dawn Triple Goddess used to be in Okemos next to the
Yes.
Tuba Museum restaurant, and then
Yep.
now she's in Scott's bookstore. So yeah, it's she doesn't really carry a lot of crystals. That's not her thing. She's into the tarot cards and tarot readings,
Right.
um,
Yeah.
but yeah. So yeah, so
Gosh, I should
have
go up
fun.
there. I need to see them anyway. I haven't
Yeah.
seen Scott in a while.
Well, tell him I said hi.
I
So
will.
yeah, so just have fun shopping. I mean, this is going to change your shopping experience because now you know, and now you know how to work with these crystals because I know you all have masters. I know you all have advanced traits, and now you know how to unlock them and work with them. So this is going to be very exciting.
Mhm.
Very exciting. So I'll send you an email tomorrow that has all four recordings. It's got recordings to how to activate these advanced sacred geometry patterns. And it's going to have information about certification and just it's going to start in the subject line. Keep this email. Okay, so keep the email. It's going to have
Yep.
everything that you need. Okay, and just reach out with questions as you're going along. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you.
Okay,
Perfect. I'm gonna go down and have lunch with my husband and clear that tray off, but
nice,
like all the crap that's in it, and
nice.
dust it and bring it down here so I can start right away on practicing with my grids.
Okay. Yep. Go for it. Just go for it. And yeah, I'm excited to see what you all create.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Have a great
Thank
rest of
you.
your weekend.
You too.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.